control today in the name of Jesus. And at the end, we shall return the glory back to you. Thank you, everlasting Father. In Jesus' unfailing name we pray.
The next program is Welcome Remarks by Professor Babatunde Rabiu, the chairman of Vowda's Board of Trustees. I would like to read the citation of Professor Babatunde Rabiu. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Professor Akim Babatunde Rabiu is a renowned Nigerian physicist and leading African space scientist, currently serving as research director at the National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA, Nigeria. He previously held several distinguished leadership positions, including Executive Director of the United Nations African Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education from November 2022 to August 2024, and Pioneer Director stroke Chief Executive of the Center for Atmospheric Research, NASDA, between 2013 and 2022. Professor Rabiu earned his BSc in physics from the University of Ilorin and completed his PhD in physics at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 2000. His academic career began at the University of Nigeria in 1993, followed by appointment at the Federal University of Technology, Akure, where he became the professor of physics in 2010. Professor Rabiu's contributions have greatly advanced the understanding of equatorial ionospheric dynamics, leading to new models for satellite communication and space-dependent technologies. He has authored numerous scientific papers and delivered over 200 conference presentations worldwide. A fellow of several professional and academic societies, including the Nigerian Academy of Science, Royal Astronomical Society, UK, and African Geophysical Society. He also served as the pioneer president of the African Geophysical Society between 2012 and 2016. In 2023, he made history as the first African appointed to the board of directors of the American Geophysical Union. Beyond research, Professor Rabiu is deeply committed to capacity building through initiatives such as the International Colloquium on Equatorial and Low Latitude Ionosphere, fostering African expertise in space physics. His vision and leadership have transformed Africa's atmospheric and space environment research landscape, positioning him as an academic of excellence, mentor, and global ambassador for space science and education. I hereby welcome Professor Rabiu in presenting his remarks. Prof, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, the moderator, Prof. Thank you very much. The convener and the founder of Vowda, members of the board of trustees, our partners from around the globe, distinguished conference participants, and ladies and gentlemen, permit me to read my text. I've prepared a welcome remark for this particular meeting, and it's been read to commemorate this fourth Vowda Conference and Gap Training Workshop. It is with a heart full of joy and great gratitude to God Almighty that I'm welcoming all and sundry to this fourth Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture Digital Conference and Gap Training Workshop. The core mission of Vowda, as we are aware, is to transform agriculture through science, technology, and innovation that ensures world food security for all and economic prosperity by bridging the gap between agricultural scientists and rural farmers, most especially women. Vowda is actually incorporated by the Corporate Affairs Commission of Nigeria. So it's a viable organization that is doing so well and is also seeking partnership with global communities. Among other goals, Vowda seeks to contribute to the growth of the agricultural sector through research, technology transfer, policy formulations, and utilization of agricultural innovations. Since inception, Vowda has organized many trainings and workshops focusing on our mission. Vowda has also forged partnership with national and international institutions in a bid to be a global center of excellence for gender-responsive research in agriculture, food, and nutrition security for Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa. This year's conference, which is an hybrid conference and training workshop, is a testament to the tenacity of Vowda to actualize our set goals amidst global pressure and national economic downturn. It's a critical time. Today's activities focus on the theme of the conference: enhancing sustainable food security, women in STEM, smart agriculture and technological institutions. Thanks to all our guest great speakers. The second leg of the conference is tomorrow's hands-on gap training workshop for poultry farmers, which are holding in collaboration, which we are holding in collaboration with the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Ondo State chapter. On behalf of the Board of Trustees and management of Vowda, I hereby express appreciation to our resource persons at this dual event. Thank you very much. They are obviously accomplished professionals in their respective chosen fields of trade. Thank you for heeding our call. I also appreciate tremendous cooperation we receive from our partners at all levels. I do believe at the right time they will be duly acknowledged. Over the next 2 days, let our discussions be frank, our data sharing be generous, and our resolutions be impactful. Let us leave the conference not only with a deeper understanding of food security, but also with a concrete, actionable roadmap for enhancing food security by engaging women and equipping women farmers with smart agricultural skills and all current practices rooted in prevailing technological innovations. We do believe that our resolutions at this conference will be translated into workable policy draft, which will be communicated to the appropriate authorities. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a pleasant conference. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. The moderator.
Thank you so much, Sam. We really appreciate you. So next on our program is goodwill messages from our partners and guests. And the first person is Professor Stella Williams. Over to you, ma'am. Prof, ma'am.
the welcome address by the founder first. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It was an oversight. So the next item is founder speech by the founder of the Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture, and is no other person than Professor Yemisi Jeff Agola. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Professor Karim. And thank you, sir, our DOT, for the welcome, for the remark. Good morning, everyone. Our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, panelists, participants, Vowda's team, and partners, including my husband and family. Good morning and very warm welcome to you all. It is a great honor and joy to welcome you to the 4th Digital Conference and Good Agricultural Practices Training for Poultry Farmers. This is a platform that continues to unite science, innovation, and gender inclusive for agricultural transformation. Over a decade ago, Vowda began with a bold vision, and the vision is to empower women and youth to lead and innovate in agriculture and STEM, which is science, technology, and mathematics. Okay, sorry. Since our establishment in 2013, we actually started in 2013, and we got our official registration in 2015. And so that is why we are marking the 10th year anniversary of the existence in partnership with the Nigerian government. Vowda has grown into a movement that connects research, technology, and entrepreneurship with women's leadership. In the 10 years, we have trained over 1,000 women and youths in smart and sustainable agricultural practices, both on ground and online. We have also supported about 120 children of female farmers through bursary award, mentorship, and we have also mentored some hundreds of young scientists and promoted digital literacy and innovation across Nigeria and beyond. These achievements are not just numbers, but they represent life transformed, family strengthened, and community uplifted. This year's conference is special because it celebrates a decade of measurable impact and looks ahead to a future driven by smart agriculture and technological innovation. And over the next 2 years, 2 days, we will explore how women and youth can use science, digital tools, and agribusiness to build resilience and sustainable food system. I sincerely appreciate all our collaborators and partners, the IIT, that's International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, Ibadan, the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Award, African Women in Agricultural Research and Development, through which this organization was birthed. Ghent University in Belgium. Ghent University is a partner. We have MOU with them. We also have partnership with African Food Safety Initiative. This African Food Safety Initiative is the initiative that is funded by USDA to support projects on food security and food safety in Africa. And we also have partnership with NASDA and many others for their continued support. To our distinguished Board of Trustees, we say thank you for your support always. Whenever we call on you, you're always there for us. Our speakers, we are so appreciative for the fact that we call on you within a very short period of time, despite the fact that we keep changing time and date because of some circumstances, but you accepted to be here today. We appreciate you all. And our panelists, thank you for sharing your experience, your expertise. And to every participant, the registered participants and those people on ground in the studio, thank you for believing in this vision. As we engage today, let us learn, connect, and collaborate. Together we can make agriculture smarter. We should not depend on the use of hoes and cutlasses that's supposed to be in the museum. But today we're going to start talking about smart agriculture. We can make agriculture smarter, safer, and more inclusive, and ensure that the next decade of Vowdas bring even greater impact. Thank you. And once again, welcome to Vowda 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your efforts in moving agriculture forward for food security and sustainable development in Nigeria. You are appreciated, ma. Now we will be taking our goodwill messages from our partners and guests. And the first person is our mama, Professor Stella Williams. Over to you, ma. Mommy, are you there? I don't think Professor Stella Williams.
Yeah, I don't know, but she already sent a goodwill message. Maybe we should call another person so that after that person, then I can read the goodwill message sent by Professor Stella Williams. Thank you.
All right, ma. So the next person is Catherine Lopez from IITA. Over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, distinguished organizers, esteemed guests, partners, and most especially all of the incredible women, innovators, development workers, farmers, agripreneurs joining us from across Nigeria and beyond. Good morning from Ibadan. So all protocols observed. I apologize for my video, it's not working, but I'm here with you. So it's an honor for me to be with you this morning at the 4th Vowda Digital Conference and Gap Training. This is a gathering that I know continues to inspire transformation in agricultural landscapes of Africa. And even the theme for this year's edition, Enhancing Sustainable Food Security, Women in STEM, Smart Agriculture, and Technological Innovation is very inspiring. So today, as a representative of IITA and the CGIAR, knowledge and innovation organizations that believe in science and innovation for transforming agriculture, and that also pride themselves with helping build an inclusive world, not just for women. I want to share some key messages with you all. So the first one is celebrating women as the backbone of Africa's food systems. So of course, across the continent, we know that women form the backbone of agriculture. You are the silent architects of the African food system, and this is a very important and critical role. But we know that too often your contributions remain unrecognized or undervalued. But we also know that very well that the food system cannot thrive, without the women's knowledge or resilience and innovation. So really today we should celebrate that collective strength of women and acknowledge the leadership that you have been providing in reshaping agriculture through science, technology, and innovation. Because we know that women, when empowered with knowledge, will continue to become stronger and smarter, and of course make agriculture more sustainable. And the impact of that is that communities become more prosperous, children are nourished, and Africa moves closer to true food security. So thank you for helping organizations like IITA reach partner groups and facilitate the scaling of innovations to ensure that agriculture continues to provide food and jobs to the larger populations. So the second message is smart and sustainable agriculture. We all know that agriculture also faces a lot of new realities, climate change, of course, the rising costs of inputs, market shocks, digital transformation. But all these also present opportunities, not just challenges. So we also know that, as mentioned earlier by our convener and our founder, and also our BOT Vowda chair, the future of Africa is really climate smart, being digital, data driven, and that technology is also redefining how we grow and process and market our food. So whether that's using mobile apps to track feed efficiency in poultry, for example, or adopting renewable energy in processing, or improving even record keeping, to attract investment. So innovation is not an option anymore. It's really the key to survival and success. So the question now is really, will Africa join this transformation? So it's not it's not the question anymore. The question really is who will lead it. And we know, and we're proud to say that the women here today among us are already leading that process of integrating science and innovation into agribusiness, research, and community action. So through platforms like Vowda, women farmers are not just learning new methods. You are becoming the leaders of the next agricultural innovation and revolution. And IITA's role is to help ensure that this happens. So third message, very quickly, empowering women is empowering Africa. So everyone knows that one of our greatest challenges in agriculture is also the gap between research and the realities on the ground. But again, through platforms like Vowda, that gap is closing. By connecting scientists, extension workers, farmers, entrepreneurs, this conference is already transforming research findings into practical tools that increase productivity, reduce waste, and build resilience against climate shocks. So through this empowerment, we're also giving voice, visibility, and value to all the women members and partners of Vowda. So Vowda is helping the women to become more productive, effective change agents through capacity building and improving competencies and capacities. And we're also helping to rally those voices to make sure that we fight hunger, we enhance productivity, and we create jobs and livelihoods. And IITA continues to be a platform in all of these efforts. So last message, collaboration and the power of networking. So this conference, as already mentioned, it's a good example of what collaboration can achieve. We link researchers, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and farmers under one goal. So together, we want to bridge that gap between innovation and implementation. And we want to continue to share knowledge, to mentor young women, to affirm each other, and help build digital bridges and partnerships that can cross borders, whether that's from Nigeria to Kenya, from Ghana to South Africa, and even beyond Africa. Yeah, so in closing, just want to say that, like mentioned before, your ideas are shaping the next generation of agriculture in Africa. And really, your courage to innovate would be what would ensure Africa's food sovereignty. So as we all participate in this conference, I wish that everybody is inspired to embrace innovation, to strengthen collaboration, and lead boldly. Because really, the future of agriculture is clearly female, and it is African in this continent. And of course, it starts with each and every one of you. So on behalf of IITA, thank you so much, and congratulations to Vowda on its 10th anniversary. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine Lopez. We appreciate your goodwill message. So the next person to give a goodwill message is Sogrinoma Zainotu from IITA. Over to you.
Hello, Prof. Can we give for Professor Stella Williams from here?
Oh, okay. Is it ready?
Yeah, the speech is here. Someone is going to read on our behalf. Thank you.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the goodwill message from Professor Stella Williams for the fourth Vowda Digital Conference and GAP training. I read, it gives me immense pleasure to send warm greetings and heartfelt best wishes to the entire team at the Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture, Vowda, on the occasion of your fourth digital conference and GAP training. My profound appreciation goes to the visionary leadership of Professor Mrs. Yemisi A. Jeff Agbola and the entire organizing committee. I also acknowledge and sincerely thank you for your commitment and resilience in rescheduling this vital event to ensure the participation of all stakeholders. The sourcing team, which is enhancing sustainable food security, women in STEM, smart agriculture, and technological innovation, is incredibly relevant and timely. It squarely addresses the most present challenge of our time, that is, securing a food-stable future with women at the very heart of the solutions. As we discuss the role of science and technology in agriculture, I want to draw your attention to a significant evolution in this sphere. The focus has successfully expanded from STEM to STEAM, incorporating the arts and humanities into the core of scientific innovation. This shift to STEAM is crucial because technology, engineering, and science are tools, but their most effective application depends on human-centered design, critical thinking, ethical consideration, and communication, all skills rooted in the humanities and arts. To our scientists and technologists, we need the creativity of artists to visualize data and design user-friendly tools. To our engineers, we need the cultural understanding of the humanities to ensure that smart agricultural solutions are relevant, affordable, and sustainably adopted by diverse communities. I strongly encourage every participant, especially those from the humanities, social sciences, and arts, to see themselves as essential innovators in this new wave of smart and sustainable agriculture. Your perspectives are the missing link to turning great inventions into impactful, widespread change. I commend Vowda for creating this platform that champions women's pivotal role in food security. Over the next 2 days, I urge you all to network, share knowledge, and forge partnership that will translate the brilliant ideas discussed into actionable plans on ground. Congratulations once again on hosting this landmark conference. I wish you all a successful, impactful, and inspiring event from October 29th to 30th, 2025 at the Vowda Secretariat in Nakure. Thank you, and may your deliberations lead to sustainable success. Professor Stella Williams, Board of Trustees member, Vowda. Thank you for listening.
We thank our BOMI, Professor Stella Williams, for the goodwill message. Now we move to Sogrinoma Zainotu from HIIT. Over to you, ma. Are you there, ma? Are you with us? Maybe we should move to the next person. In person of Dr. Michael Ojo.
Everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So my name is Dr. Ronke Akirili, and I have been directed to read the goodwill message that has been prepared by Dr. Michael Ojo.
Okay,
So,
you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Goodwill message, promoting nutrition and sustainable agriculture through women empowerment. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, and partners in agricultural transformation. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I share this message with you today at this fourth Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture digital conference and gap training, a powerful platform where ideas, innovation, and inspiration converge to shape the future of agriculture and food security in Africa. I sincerely commend Professor Mrs. Yemisi A. Chefagwola, the founder and convener of Vowda, for her visionary leadership and relentless advocacy for women's empowerment in agriculture. The work of Vowda continues to echo across communities, amplifying women's voices, enhancing capacity, and bridging the gap between science, policy, and practice. At GAIN, which is the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, we believe that nutrition and agriculture are inseparable. A strong, inclusive food system must nurture both people and the planet. And women, who are the backbone of food production, are the innovators and change agents we must continue to support if we are to achieve a nourished, healthy, and sustainable population and future. This year's theme, enhancing, sorry, This year's theme, Enhancing Sustainable Food Security, Women in STEM, Smart Agriculture, and Technological Innovation, couldn't be timelier. We are in an era where digital agriculture, biotechnology, and artificial intelligence are redefining how we farm, trade, and feed our nations. Yet, technology alone is not enough. The human touch, the creativity, resilience, and vision of women remains our greatest innovation. Imagine an Africa where every woman farmer has access to digital tools that guide her on soil health, market trends, as well as climate smart practices. Imagine a world where data and innovation empowers women, not just to produce nutritious food, but to lead agri-businesses, shape policies, and drive nutrition outcomes. This is the future Vowda envisions, and this is one GAIN is proud of to support through partnerships that connect nutrition, technology, and empowerment. As we engage in this conference, let us think beyond the challenges and focus on the opportunities to transform our food systems. Let us foster collaboration between scientists, farmers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers to create solutions that are inclusive, sustainable, and nutrition sensitive. I congratulate every participant and presenter for being part of this important journey. Your voices, ideas, and actions will define the next chapter of agricultural transformation in Africa. Together, let us build an agricultural future that is smart, sustainable, and nourishing for all, where women are not just beneficiaries, but bold innovators and leaders. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and impactful conference. This goodwill message was prepared by Dr. Michael Ojo, who is the Country Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, GAIN. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Akirili, for reading the goodwill message from Dr. Michael Ojo, the Country Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, GAIN. I will now hand over to my co-moderator, Dr. Taufik Adegboyega. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Warm welcome once again. We are very delighted to have everyone on this call. I now have the honor to invite Dr. Aderonke Akerele to lead us into the citation of the speaker, Dr. Rajana Chaji from the Biosciences Center, IIT, Nigeria. Over to you, Dr. Aderonke Akerele. Thank you. So Dr. Rajana will be speaking on digital women in STEM and agricultural innovation. Thank you.
Dr. Taufik. So I'm going to read the biography of Dr. Rajana. Dr. Rajana is an accomplished plant breeder and molecular geneticists. Hope I got that. With extensive experience in crop improvement across cereals, legumes, and clonally propagated crops. With research expertise spanning plant breeding, molecular biology, statistical genetics, and bioinformatics. She focuses on developing efficient and data-driven breeding platforms for sustainable agriculture. Having worked with leading international agricultural research centers such as ICRI SAT India and IIT in Nigeria, Dr. Rajana has made significant contributions to improving crop productivity and resilience in developing regions. Her research integrates advanced genomic tools such as marker-assisted selection, WAS, and genomic selection to identify molecular markers linked to key agronomic traits, including disease resistance and quality enhancement. A recipient of prestigious recognitions, including the Illumina Greater Good Initiative Grants 2022 and the ICAR Jawaharlal Nehru Award for Outstanding Postgraduate Agricultural Research 2002. Dr. Rajana has also led multiple international projects funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, NSF, BBSRC, GCRF, USAID/USDA, World Cocoa Foundation, and the Swedish government. She has published over 100 peer-reviewed papers, delivered more than 150 keynote presentations, and supervised 21 MSc and 17 PhD students. Beyond her significant achievements, Dr. Rajana is deeply committed to capacity building, fostering strong partnerships among global research institutions, and mentoring the next generation of agricultural scientists to advance food security and climate resilient farming systems. Please welcome Dr. Rajana. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I have an updated information. Dr. Rajana just sent a message that he will be joining us by 11 a.m. The first speaker on the program happens to be Mr. Christopher Beleki. Mr. Christopher Beleki, who is unavoidably absent because of some issues beyond him. He happens to be, he would have been here today. But because of, you all know that there is strike by the workers of US government, and this strike has, I think, since for the past 2 weeks. And so it cannot deliver any message, and because of this strike. So we're sorry he's not present here. And then Dr. Rajana gave just sent a message that he will join us by 11 a.m. So I can hand over to the moderators to read the citation of orders. I believe that by 11, Dr. Rajana will join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before then, I could see 2 hands up. I don't know whether they have any information for us. Can we take Afolayan first? Afolayan, you are raising your hand. Any information for us? Okay, the next person is Oluwatosin. Can Oluwatosin unmute herself and give us the information? Okay, in the absence of any information, Dr. Taufik, please, you can continue with the moderation. Thank you. Dr. Taufik, are you still there? I think I will call on Dr. Shoge to read the citation of our next presenter. That is Dr. Wumi Alabi, a research director from National Space Research and Development Agency. Dr. Shoge, over to you, please. I think I'll have to take that.
Okay, thank you.
Let me quickly search for her citation. Okay. I have the honor and privilege to read the citation of Dr. Wumi Alabi. She is a distinguished space science educator holding a PhD with triple honors in sciences, physics, and curriculum and instruction from University of Missouri, Kansas City, USA. She also earned a BSc in physics and BSc in engineering physics from Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria. A career in education and space science. With over 3 decades of experience, she has dedicated her career to transformational education and improving quality of life through advancement of space science. She has taught at various academic levels and played a pivotal role in educational outreach. Notably, Dr. Alabi led the Space Education Outreach Program at the United Nations affiliated African Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education in English. Our initiatives included the Robotics Education Program and the United Nations Human Space Technology Initiative, Zero Gravity. She was the first female head of academic programs at ARC-SSTEE, instructing and training graduate African students in satellite data applications. She also served as director of the Cooperative Information Network, COPINE, becoming the first female director of a laboratory under the Nigerian National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDA. She is currently a research director at NASDA Advocacy for Diversity and Mentorship. Dr. Alabi actively promotes diversity in Nigerian space sector. She participates in the Space for Women Mentorship Program, an initiative of the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, UNEOSA, and the She Space International Program as the lead mentor for She Space Nigeria. She was awarded the European Geophysical Union, EGU, Public Engagement Grant in 2024 to advance climate smart agriculture among Nigerian preteen girls, awards and recognitions. Her work has earned her numerous professional honors at local, national, and international levels. Among her awards and the Meritorious Service Award for contributions to Nigeria's geospatial sector, the Pedagogy Award of Excellence, GTA Superior Teaching Award, Dissertation Research Fellowship, the Linda Wood Talbot Award for Academic Excellence, and the William and Catherine Rep Memorial Scholarship. She has received grants to represent Nigeria and present her work at international conferences supported by organizations such as UNEOSA, the European Organization for the Exploitation and Meteorological Satellites, Abdul Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics, ICTP, International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, and the governments of Austria, Canada, Costa Rica, Kenya, and Republic of Korea. Publications and memberships. She has published in over 20 conference proceedings and international journals. She is a member of several national and international professional societies, including the Nigeria Institute of Physics, NIP, the European Geosciences Union, EGU, and the American Geophysical Union, AGU. I want to welcome Dr. Wunmi Alabi to present our keynote speech. Thank you, ma.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, ma.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in this conference today. I want to acknowledge the presence of all our distinguished conference participants. Please just give me a minute to share my slides. I'm sorry, I won't be able to put on my camera because the internet here is not very stable. So if I should do that, it might, I might be disconnected. Please, can you see my screen?
Not yet, but it's coming up shortly. Yes, we can see it now.
All right, thank you so much. So what I'll be presenting on today is a topic that is very, very dear to my heart on advancing STEM education, STEAM education for girls through the integration of social technologies, IoT, and climate smart agricultural practices. Please just give me a minute to advance this, okay. I'm trying to figure out how to move to the next slide. It's a bit slow.
Can we do it from here? Yeah, it's there.
Okay, please go ahead. If you could do it from there, that would be awesome.
Okay, please give us a few minutes to set
The
out.
internet here is very, very slow.
Sorry, ma.
Yeah. So please help me to connect from your end. It's not, the slides are not moving from here because the internet is not very strong.
We are trying to search the slides. Just give us a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I suggest that Dr. Wumi should continue with her presentation?
We are just doing it now. Please just exercise a little patience. Okay, it's on now. You can, it's been projected. Thank you. Hello, Doctor.
Dr. Wumi, you have the floor, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, ma'am.
Is Professor Yemisi there?
Oh, I'm here. That's Dr. Rajana.
Yes, joined, yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Welcome.
We want to know if Dr. Wumi is on the call. The slide is on. We are expecting you. You can continue, ma'am. We'll be changing it for you from here. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Maybe we should give the opportunity to our keynote speaker. We celebrate you, Dr. Rajana. We have read your citation, so it remains your presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Yemisi, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll try to share my screen, and then hopefully you will be able to see that entire screen. Let me share the entire screen, and then I just want you to tell me that are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So shall I start in that case? Can you please ask
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Can you please ask people to mute themselves, because with this background noise I cannot present. Like it's just background, I don't know. Yeah. So can everybody hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Very good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Yemisi. First of all, to give me this opportunity to present on this, platform. And Vowda has been always supporting IIT, and we have been working together for quite some time, Professor Yemisi. So thank you very much again. And what I'm going to talk about is empowering women in digital agriculture, building a gender-inclusive future for African agriculture. I'm Dr. Ranjana Bhattacharjee, and I'm a senior scientist at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, based in Ibadan, Nigeria. So, as an introductory topic or introductory message, we all know that agriculture is transforming, and digital innovations is playing a big role in this transformation. And we are using from drones to sensors, and this is actually helping to have data driven breeding and precision farming. However, the representation of women is still very low, and in digital agriculture, despite being central to food systems. And I call the women as a unsung majority. So women make up over half of the agricultural labor force in sub-Saharan Africa, and they produce about 60 to 70% of the food. However, this is the unsung majority. There is a persistent productivity gap. Like, despite the critical role of women, there is a systematic barrier like unequal access to land, credit, and information services that leads to almost like 20 to 30% lower agricultural output for women compared to men. And we all know how that divide is. And what is the promise of digital agriculture? It is actually offering a powerful pathway to close this gap that is there in case of gender by providing access to vital information, resources, and markets if the women is able to access to these digital platforms. What are the traditional barriers that women face? The traditional barriers, we all know about it, and I think many will speak about it, but this is mainly limited access to resources. Women often have less access to land, credit, and high quality farming inputs compared to their male counterparts. And this is really very much visible in sub-Saharan Africa and also in Nigeria. There's something called poverty in information or lack of information. So there are restrictive social norms and limited mobility that prevents many women from accessing crucial information on market prices and modern farming techniques. Even when we do from IIT, when we go for doing farmer field schools, we don't find the women there. The women is busy, so we always have to find a time that is feasible for them, say in the evening. If we do a meeting sometime in the afternoon or in the morning, they just cannot participate. And even when they participate, they are masked by their male counterparts. So they just will be in the behind, and the male is who is answering those questions. So there is a huge gap that or restriction for women to participate in these kind of, even questionnaire or even training, etc. Then there is digital divide. A significant gender gap in mobile phone ownership and internet access also exists, especially in rural areas. And that leaves many women digitally marginalized. And of course, time poverty is something that we all women, even when we are educated, we know that how much we are doing multitasking, and their multiple household and caregiving responsibilities leave them with less time for farming and business activities. This is where, this becomes a huge time constraint, not only time constraint, but a huge health pressure on women when they are doing multitasking. So what is the current landscape? Women make up to 43% of the agricultural workforce in Africa, but less than 20% are in agri-digital innovation roles. And only 20% of the STEM researchers in Africa are women. This is what UNESCO is saying. This may have increased a little bit or decreased, we don't know, but what the fact of the matter is the representation is still very, very low. So if you look at this figure, gender equality and sustainable development in sub-Saharan Africa, you will see there's imbalance, right? This is a balance, and you can see there is an imbalance which is gendered inequality. And what does this gendered inequality means? There is a rigid gender division of work at household level. We all know that. Unfair decision-making power, gender gap in access to agricultural inputs, gender gap in agricultural productivity and profits. So what does that gives you? It gives you a kind of increased climate change vulnerability. And then it is like a chain, then it gets conditions of vulnerability, factors influencing women resilience and sustainability. And this could be actually country specific. Some countries may be better than the others, but it also is strongly connected with the cultural context. But what happens if there is a gender equality? Then what happens? Women gets a higher education, there is fair access to economic resources, and then there is an increased participation of women in decision making, as well as women access to non-formal education. Education doesn't need to be only when going to a classroom or something like that, but there could be also non-formal in kinds of in rural setup. What does that gives you? It gives increased adoption of climate smart agriculture. There will be improved agronomy, enhanced water management, or integrated nutrient management, tillage and residue management, etc. Again, it will improve the conditions of vulnerability and other resilience and sustainability. So this is what it is. If you make it gender equality versus the gender inequality. So why women matter in digital agriculture? Women bring diverse perspectives to farming and food security. In case of if you compare a woman and a man in a household situation, and we have seen it with a lot of work, that for women, bringing food to the table in the house is more important, while for man, it is more like having the income. So there's a huge diverse perspectives. Empowering women enhances community resilience and productivity. And it is always proven that when there are mixed gender teams, it creates more innovative and practical agri-tech solutions. So what are the opportunities in digital agriculture? There is a lot of emerging areas, but some of them are like precision agriculture, where we are talking about making more precision phenotyping. If you don't know how to precisely phenotype, for example, your diseases, you are not going to find varieties or develop varieties that can take care of your diseases. Drone technology and satellite imaging, this has become a huge kind of area where a lot of phenotyping is dependent on that for precision agriculture. Climate smart agriculture, we all know that climate is changing and we are feeling it. The rains are not coming at the same time, and when it comes in a very large volumes. And how do we actually mitigate these climate resilience through climate smart agriculture? And there are a lot of digital tools or other tools that are available which can be used for climate smart agriculture, including agroforestry, including soil fertility, through digital issues, or many other things that can be done. I cannot say everything in just 20 minutes. Then artificial intelligence and crop disease detection. This is another area which is becoming very, very important. And of course, there are digital extension services. There are a lot of apps that are being developed which are mobile based, which can be used for even traceability, for certification, for even knowing when you should apply your inputs like fertilizers, insecticides, when you should plant, when you should harvest, when the rains are going to come, what is the situation with the pests and diseases. These are all these are all very important. So inclusive participation is critical for sustainable transformation. Now, rural women play a central role in rural economics, but they yet face significant challenges. I think I'm talking the same thing again and again, but I'm trying to ponder that the importance of women in agriculture has to be understood and applied. So 79% of economically active women in developing countries report that agriculture is their primary economic activity. So 79% of the women are, when I said 50%, but in some cases it could be more than 79%. This is coming from a global data. However, in many rural settings, these women face substantial barriers, and I've already told about that, but I'm just talking again. There are restrictive social norms. There are fewer agricultural inputs, less access to finance. If we don't have the same, the women don't have the same access to agricultural inputs, and then there are, of course, social norms that women have to face, and that has a huge impact on their economic and financial situation. So digital agriculture supposedly offer unique opportunities for smallholder farmers, and here I'm talking about both men and women. The platforms are built upon network effects through enabling multiple users on both sides of an exchange to interact, creating shared values for both platform providers as well as the end users. So what you need to do is this actually improves access to markets. So what is through disintermediating or re-intermediating markets. So you don't have those middlemen who can influence your decisions or your market prices, etc. So with digital platforms, you can improve access to markets or even the prices. Improve market linkages between farmers and other value chain actors. In the way the agricultural sector operates in a traditional way, the farmers have no linkage with the markets. Maybe in a village situation, they can actually go to the market and sell their products, but they will not get the price. But when they are sending it to a competitive market, then the linkage is not there. But with digital platform, the linkages become much more better. They connect to multiple users. Then increase access to information. Of course, when you have digital apps or digital information, you get information firsthand. You don't have to get the information like a second hand or third hand, and that improves your information access, like pricing, best practice knowledge, etc. I'll give you an example of cocoa prices in case of Nigeria. Majority of the farmers, the smallholder farmers, men or women, they don't know what is the actual premium price of cocoa, and they just get to sell their cocoa beans based on what the local buying agents are giving them, which is in fact 10 times lower than what actually the premium prices are. But with these digital apps, they can actually have access to information that is ready to know. Then increased access to finance, like for example, by providing digital financial footprint, where they can they can use their mobile apps to do the financial interactions or transactions instead of going via somebody else. Yeah. And these platforms are actually growing very rapidly, and a lot of people are using it, but this access is more to the men than to the women. So these unique opportunities can actually help rural women overcome their barriers. Like for example, with improved access to markets, the women can have relationships with the brokers or traders, and most of the times they are typically men. So the income generating opportunities for women needs to become much more better. And if we see, most of the times women are involved in marketing the products. They may not be involved in the production, but they are only involved in petty jobs like weeding, etc., or application of fertilizers, etc., and then marketing. However, when they do the marketing, it is only to their own village level markets. When it comes to larger markets, these are all done by the men. Then improve market linkages. You have digital platforms that can unlock the access to economic opportunities for rural women, with this. Then you can all read, how the information for pricing, etc., that I have already spoken. And then the finance also, the transaction data, etc., can be used. So here, then what happens is the women can sell their products at much more increased and fair prices. They can supplement the income, as platform agents. They can become agents for making the linkages in the market. They can have improved confidence. When you have improved access to information, your confidence always increases and you can do better marketing. And then you will also have ability to access saving products from partner financial institutions. So you can actually have more savings, and you can also get into more financial institutes to support you. But digital platforms are currently struggling to reach and meaningfully engage with rural women. The data shows that most ed techs are still working out how to scale their models, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, because in sub-Saharan Africa the situation is so unique that it is very difficult to get these kind of data, because the women participation is a big question in the rural setup. And most ed techs are struggling to engage rural women. That's what I just said. Women represent 40 to 50% of smallholder farmers, but when you come to the usage of these ed tech or digital platforms, this could be about 20 to 25%. And these usage rates suggest that ed techs had to deal with, they are not sufficiently serving the women in particular, and they are not making any potential or meaningful impact on women's lives. So there is a kind of the digital gender divide that contributes to this struggle. So this, as I said, because of all the barriers that women face, this is contributing to this struggle, even for those, ed techs. So if you take a deep dive with 4 platforms that I have come across to examine the potential that they are making in the, to rural women, one is called Affex. And this is a leading digital platform operating in Nigeria. And their core business revolves around a commodities exchange, and they work directly with smallholder farmers to enable this exchange. And let me tell you, even if I am giving these examples, they are still facing the same challenge of including more women in their platform. So if you want to read more about them, you can actually go and Google and read more about them. Then there is Kwamana. This is founded in 2018, is a growing digital platform, again based in Nigeria. It supports farmers and businesses with access to market trade, services, and fulfillment solutions. Then there is Copia, which is rapidly growing, e-commerce platform headquartered in Kenya. They offer household goods in addition to agricultural products and have extensive reach into rural areas. There is something called Samunnati. It's a major Indian digital platform that works directly with farmer producer organizations. And to date, they have reached over 4 million farmers. So if you compare all these 4, this particular digital platform is much more progressive or progressed in case of touching the lives of women than the others. And then again, it comes to the issue of sub-Saharan Africa, where access to information and other things with women are poorer than others, than in case of India probably. Now, overall, platforms are just beginning to translate their gender intentions into concrete actions. So digital platforms are rapidly growing and their business models are becoming increasingly diverse. However, they are still early in their models that can actually touch the women. There are indications that platforms are starting to adopt a gender lens, as they consider their optimal workforce, customer base, and funding. So this is just the beginning in sub-Saharan Africa. When we compare there are a lot of encouraging example, from mainly from the CGIR, like IITA, then SIP, and many others, who are actually integrating the gender lens at a very early stage, and then they are trying to make sure that we make sure that gender is very important in all of our research that we do. But this is not the same with many of the institutions. Another thing that is very important is sex disaggregated data for understanding consumer patterns. What is sex disaggregated data? As I was mentioning earlier, when you ask, households, both women and men in a household, the consumer preference or the preference for a product totally changes based on sex. So if a man is looking at, say, for example, yam, he looks at yam for selling it and getting money. While women says, no, I'll keep a portion of the yam to give food to my family, and I will sell the other portion, which will become a kind of income to again invest in my home itself, to make sure that I pay the school fees, I buy the food, I buy this. So this is what, while for men, it is more like, oh, I will have the income, probably I will invest in buying seeds for the next season, I will have this, I will have my own luxuries. So these are actually totally different data that we get. So this, if we have to understand the consumer patterns, or we want to understand how the sex is actually involved in even varietal development. For example, in IITA, we are now developing varieties which are for different sex. So for women, the variety that they need is totally different from what the varieties are needed by a man, because that's what we have done. And that's how, the breeders or any researchers cannot have any top-down approach anymore. It has to be a flat approach where the information has to come from the market side or from the gender side. And we need to use this gender lens to understand how the men and women are perceiving what should be there in a variety. So this is something that is becoming more and more important, in this. So Coamana seems to be using a variety of methods to capture the customer data in a disaggregated way. So this is something that is happening. Now, digital platforms also should improve, so majority of the digital platforms, they don't take into consideration the sex information. Like they just say, oh, what gender you are, like male and female, but they don't, when they start asking the questions or when they develop the apps, they do not develop the app which is catering to the needs of the female and the male. And in this case, gender does not mean sex. Gender can be also for the youth and the elderly. So there are a lot of things. So if the digital platforms need to have a target setting and prioritization, they should prioritize and set targets, and they should understand the customer patterns, and then they should design their products depending upon how the customer patterns are. Now, the investors and donors also have a role, and in this case, I am also saying the policymakers have a role to play in supporting digital platforms to become gender forward. Majority of the times, the investors and donors, they influence, the decision-making issues of digital platforms. And then they need to understand that these digital platforms need to address the gender in their model, and this can help reduce platforms' challenges to becoming gender forward. And then what they should do, they make sure that the barriers or challenges are there are lack of clarity how gender forward can create I hear somebody else is speaking. Professor Emisi, can I continue? Okay, so there are, kind of barriers or challenges, like for example, most of the app developers or the investors or even the policymakers, they lack the clarity on how gender forward business practices can actually create a shared value for women and platforms. So what they need to do, their entry point should be that they should do a data collection and analysis to build the business cases. And this should be, again, based on gender. Then there is lack of expertise on how to develop and implement these GFBPs, or gender forward business practices. So what the investors or donors should do, they should fund or provide technical assistance or learning networks. They can bring those people expertise to actually develop those proposals, who understands the gender desegregated data, or how gender has to be included within a proposal to build these digital platforms. Lack of capital, majority of the times is funding is a huge issue to design and implement internal and or external gender forward approaches. So these donors or policymakers, they should make sure that they make investment, like for example, capital or grants, competitive grants for these kind of tools. Higher perceived cost, many of times, people think that when you include gender in your study, then it becomes very political, or it becomes difficult to get the data, and then it becomes also costly. So there has to be, and then the participation is also, if anybody wants to participate, they need to be paid. Some intensive incentives have to be given to them, which is not included within the model. So there has to be well-designed incentives, that align to the financial rewards for participating in such studies or developing such models that are more sustainable. So these are the 4 donor or investor entry points, that can be used for supporting digital platforms to become gender forward. One is data and analysis. Build business cases for gender inclusion in digital agriculture platforms. This is very, very important. Investment and grants. Share financial risks and reward of GFBPs through targeted capital. There has to be a risk and reward that has to be covered within this. Then technical assistance, reduce barriers to entry by building platform knowledge and capacity. Then incentives, encourage platforms to integrate, the gender forward business platforms in their models through smart financial incentives. These are just some suggestions, but there are many other models that are available. There is GESI, that is CGIAR institutes are adopting. GESI, I did not even cover it, but there are many, many tools that are available. But the question is, are these tools gender sensitive? They are gender equality, and they cover actually gender or sex desegregated data. These are very important. We can have a lot of tools, that can be, and you give it to any IT person, they will develop a tool. But how these tools are being used and can be used to capture the gender data or become women-centric is something that needs to be understood. So in conclusion, the digital transformation of agriculture must include women at every level. So this is actually the key point. And then empowerment through education, technology, and policy is key to achieving inclusive, sustainable agricultural growth in Africa, and then, of course, in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranjana, for the beautiful, impactful, and insightful presentation. Vowda appreciates you a lot. Thank you. So it's now time for reactions, remarks, suggestions, and questions for Dr. Ranjana. Kindly raise your hand if you have any questions or suggestion concerning the presentation. Thank you.
It looks like the presentation was either very clear or it was very confusing.
It was very, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for Dr. Ranjana? Please, if you have any question, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Okay. I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I was trying to find where to raise my hand, but it's not showing here. I'm Babatunde Rabiu. I thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to ask you, and then a question, and then also throw a personal question at you. I know you've been working with Vowda, but now I want to know if some of the recommendations or cases presented here have been adapted by the government of your own country, and if so, if they have been adapted, could you work with to ensure that we get this done?
Because of somebody talking, I didn't get, but let me tell you my country of operation. I am in Nigeria.
Okay.
And all my research work is in Nigeria. I think I showed it. If you have seen my first, I am from IITA Ibadan, Nigeria.
Okay. Well, that will make me to hold on my next question, and then I'll reach out to you through the convener, and then see how we can take this off. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you. So I think there is no question for me from you in that case.
No question. Just comment and appreciation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question from our participants? Please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Professor Charles Oluwaseun. I want to kindly use the medium to appreciate Professor Rajana for a well presented keynote address. Actually, you have made our day by highlighting how women in Nigeria can be empowered, and we sincerely appreciate your contribution. Some weeks ago, you made some presentation at NGB International Conference. We have not recovered from the nuggets you gave to us, and many people, even the government of our states, is still very happy with you. And I'm so happy that our distinguished prof, Professor Jeff, one of high reputable, I heard in a very high esteem, brought you to this conference. You have also shed a light, especially you shed light in terms of digital agriculture, which is a precision agriculture, and the whole world is doing that currently. And I want to thank the convener also for bringing distinguished professor. I could see our distinguished Professor Rabi, well known in terms of what is doing space and weather, because that's the main thing. If we can solve the problem of weather and climatic indifferences around the globe, and I'm very sure we are going to meet the need of ever increasing population. So on this note, let me say congratulations, and I wish you the very best always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Aditunji. And when you say to me all the time, when you talk to me, that the presentation I gave in Osun State or in your NBA conference, that people are still digesting and appreciating, it really makes me to excel further so that I can contribute more. So thank you very much, firstly, to provide me that opportunity to come and talk. And I'm still looking forward to work with the ministry or the government of Ocean State and see how we can actually excel together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was at the commissioner office, and we will invite you very soon
Thank
for
you.
further collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We want to take one more contribution or question before we call on the next speaker.
Okay, Professor Yemisi, I have one thing to you. You know that I have another meeting at 12:30. So when are we actually starting the panel discussion? Hello, Professor Yemisi, can you hear me?
The panel discussion is coming up around 12:30, between 12:30 and 1.
I won't be then able to join because I have one meeting from 12:30 to 1:30.
Okay, no problem. We appreciate you so much. Thanks so much.
Because you already say, I see in the program it was scheduled at 11:30.
It's 12:30 on a program here. Maybe there was
No, the one that
okay, maybe the first one sent to you.
Yeah. So that's why I scheduled my other meeting at 12:30. So if it gets delayed after 1:30, I'm still open to join, and you can actually just let me know if I can join. Yeah.
All right, no problem. It's between 12:30 and 1.
12:30 to
Thank you.
1:30, I cannot.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks so much.
Okay. Bye then.
Bye.
Yeah.
So I would like to invite our lead paper presenter in person of Dr. Wumi Alabi. You have the floor, ma.
Please, can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly.
All right. So thank you so much once again for this opportunity to present. Let me try to connect from here again and see if I will be able to share my slides and move on. Mhm. Please, can you see my screen now?
Hello, sorry, ma. I've been trying to talk. It's like we don't know the issue from this end.
No, I'm
Please,
connecting
know that.
directly.
Yeah, is it possible for all the panelists to take the panel discussion section first? Then your presentation will come thereafter.
Yeah, you could go ahead and do that. No problem.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rajana, are you still there?
She left not quite long. Maybe you can put a call across.
Madam Ketty, can you help us call Dr. Rajana to call?
Okay, I'll do that.
So Dr. Badmos should be getting ready for moderating the panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, moderator. My name is Joseph Adeyemi. So I'm from Integrated Area Petition, and I'm the representative to be presenting on drone technology in agriculture. So just to notify you, I'm on the call. So as to got that.
Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Rajana has joined. Maybe Dr. Badmos should start the program. Dr. Badmos, over to you.
Okay. A warm welcome to everybody once again. My name is Amina Badmos from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. It's a pleasure and privilege to have everyone on this call. Thank you for joining us. And I hope everybody is enjoying themselves so far, and we'll start the panel section. I'll be moderating the panel section alongside with Dr. Aderonke Akere. For this very beautiful panel section, we'll be having our 5 very intelligent panelists, and we'll be having our 5 intelligent panelists, and we'll be talking of, of course, the theme of this Voice of Women in Development of Agriculture, this conference and GAP is enhancing sustainable food security, women in STEM, smart agriculture, and technological innovation. So for this session, we'll be focusing on the smart, the sustainable agriculture and technological innovation, bridging research. By my way of introduction, I'm going to be introducing our panelists. The first person that I'll be introducing will be Dr. Ernest Kobe, Commission, Abuja, Nigeria. You're welcome, sir, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
The second panelist is Dr. Finished giving a keynote speech. She's from IITA Ibadan. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. The other person is Dr. Ranjana, but actually she just finished with us, and I hope she's back here from IITA Ibadan. And the third panelist will be no other than our chair of the Board of Trustees, Professor Babatunde, who is the research National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDRA, and coordinator of Nigeria. Thank you all our panelists for here, and we hope to grab from your wealth of knowledge as we go on. Session space data, biotechnology, and digital tools for Africa's food future. I welcome once again all our panelists, and I hope you're on call to start this session in proper.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our panelists can please unmute themselves and yeah. And we'll move on.
Hear me, ho? Thank you. I think this section, maybe we'll call all our panelists, because of the network issues that Dr. Badmos is experiencing. Like our panelists are not hearing. Dr. Taufik or Professor Karim, please can you help to list the name of the panelist? Yeah, I don't have it on my laptop because can you help?
All right, ma'am.
Thank you.
Here we have Dr. Hennes Haube, former head of Agriculture Division, ECOWAS Commission, Abuja, Nigeria. The next person is Dr. Rajana from IITA. Then we also have Professor Babatunde Rabiu, from Research Director from National Space Research and Development Agency. We have Dr. Wumi Alabi, Research Director, National Space Research and Development
Thank
Agency.
you, Prof. I think I lost my connection for a while.
Okay, you can continue then. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know where I stopped, but I think I stopped at our panelists showing themselves on their video so as to introduce themselves one after the other, after which I have introduced everybody. So we'll start the session in proper. I'll be starting from Dr. Ernest Abe. So please unmute himself and introduce himself to everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ernest Obi. Formerly, I was a former head of Agriculture Division at the ECOWAS Commission, and I retired in 2023. I'm presently the chairman of the National Agricultural Institute of the Gambia and the chairman of the Standards Bureau of the Gambia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are glad to have you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Ranjana, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. As I have introduced already, but I am Dr. Ranjana Bhattacharjee, and I'm working as a senior scientist at International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, which is IITA, based in Ibadan, Nigeria. Ekaso or Ekaro, to everybody. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Professor Rabiu to please introduce himself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Babatunde Rabiu, Professor of Space Physics. I'm a research director with the National Space Agency. I know I've been introduced before as the chair of the Board of Trustees of Vowda, but I'm also having a full-time position, a parallel appointment with the African University of Science and Technology, which is based in Abuja. I'm the head of the space physics program there. Thank you.
Will kindly request Dr. Wumi Alabi to please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon once again. I've already been introduced, but basically, my name is Dr. Wumi Alabi. I'm a research director with the Nigerian Space Agency. And primarily, I'm an educator. I teach the applications of satellite data at the African Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education, located on OAU campus, Ile-Ife. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Akerele, please continue. Thank you.
Okay. So we have the last panelist. We would like that you please introduce yourself.
You're supposed to introduce them.
Well, Professor Charles. Okay.
Or can we read just brief citation of those people that we have not read the citation? That's by introduction, so that they don't be introducing themselves. Thank you. We have just 2 more.
Hello, good morning. I'm on call. Professor Charles Adetutu is on call. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Professor Charles, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Can we continue?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Akerele, would you please give us the citation of Dr. Albi? I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name right, sir.
Let me quickly get that out. Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. Okay, so Dr. Ernest Obi is a citizen of the Gambia and worked as head of Agriculture Division of the ECOWAS Commission, Abuja, Nigeria, in 2022 when he retired. He's currently the chairman board of directors of the National Agriculture Research Institute of the Gambia. He is also chairman of the Gambia Standards Bureau and serves in the several boards in the Gambia and abroad. He is an agricultural consultant. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So over to you, Dr. Amina.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll be reading the citation of our panelist, Professor Charles Adetunji. I will take that. Professor Charles Adetunji is a faculty member in the microbiology department within the Faculty of Science at Edo State University, Edo State, Nigeria. He employs biological techniques and microbial bioprocess to advance sustainable development goals and foster agrarian revolution through quality teaching, research, and community development. He previously held roles as the acting director of intellectual property and technology transfer, the head of Department of Microbiology, Sub-Dean of the Faculty of Science, Immediate Dean of the Faculty of Science, and is presently serving as the Chairman of Grant Committee, as well as the Director of Research and Innovation at Edo State University. He was the first in the Department of Microbiology at the Faculty of Science, Edo State University, to deliver the 11th inaugural lecture titled Microbial Biosphere, the Global Impact and Underexplored Currency. He has received numerous scientific awards and grants from prestigious academic bodies such as the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, India, Department of Biotechnology, DBT, India, the World Academy of Science, TWAS, Italy, Netherlands Fellowship Program, NPF, Netherlands, the Agency for International Development Cooperation in Israel, Royal Academy of Engineering in the UK, and the National Research Fund, the NRF Text Fund, among others. Due to his international recognition and significant contributions to knowledge and scientific impact, Professor Adetunji was recently listed in the Stanford University's World Top 2% Scientist ranking for 2023, while he was also recognized in the prestigious 2024 and 2025 career long list of the World Top 2% Scientists, as well as the single-year most impactful list of distinguished professors globally. He has authored numerous scientific journals. He has authored numerous scientific journals and conference proceedings in referred national and international journals, amounting to over 900 manuscripts, including more than 60 books, 600 book chapters. Also, he was named a 2004 top scholar by Scholar GPS USA after he was ranked among the top 0.5% of scholars globally out of over 30 million profiles among many scholars in life sciences. Top 0.5 scholars among top 0.5 scholars, microorganism studies in the last 5 years. Currently, he serves as a book series editor with Willie and Sons, Elsevier, Springer, Taylor, and Francis, among others. Professor Adetunji has participated in over 100 international scientific conferences and workshops, assuming various roles such as invited speaker, plenary speakers, keynote speaker, chief panelist, lead guest speaker, chairman of scientific sessions, and judge of posters across several continents worldwide. Additionally, he serves as a reviewer for more than 100 scientific journals, including Nature, Communications, Earth and Environment in Nature, PLOS ONE, among others. His contribution to open science and the role his research plays in addressing global challenges were recently acknowledged by Elsevier, particularly after some of his scientific articles were associated with United Nations Sustainable Goals. Professor Adetunji is esteemed as an accomplished academic, erudite scholar, and researcher par excellence, boasting an impressive academic record and enviable wealth of experience in microbiology, biotechnology, and bioinformatics. He is the convener of the Recent Advances in Biotechnology Conference held annually since 2020, where distinguished microbiologists and biotechnologists convene to share their latest discovery. Thank you, Professor Adetunji, for being part of our panelists, and we are glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you very much for a well-read citation. I'm so impressed to be here, and I am glad to learn more and become better. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. So we go straight right into the panel discussion. And the first question will be targeted at our participant or one of the panelists, who is Dr. Ernest. I would like to know, could you please tell us what are the gaps between policy frameworks and field implementation in promoting gender equality in agriculture? I'd like to take that again. What are the gaps between policy framework and field implementation in promoting gender equity in agriculture?
Thank you very much for that question, and good morning from the Gambia. To answer your question, I would start by saying that if you look at the African continent, we have got quite a lot of policies, regulations, and decisions at national, regional, and global level. we don't lack them. If you look at, I take West Africa, for example, which I'm very familiar with, ECOWAS. We have an ECOWAS agriculture policy. We have a gender policy, which addresses issues of women in so many disciplines. You go a step forward, a step higher, you have the Agenda 2063 of the African Union Commission. For me, the major gap is the lack of political commitment to implement some of these policies, regulations, and decisions that pertain to the development of our countries, and especially when it comes to women in development or women in agriculture. So the lack of political commitment is critical. Also, another gap that I would see from my experience over the 15-year period in ECOWAS is the lack of the willpower to implement decisions or to implement brilliant ideas. We don't lack ideas. We don't lack very good recommendations, policy papers, policy briefs, regulations, etc. The problem is that of implementation, because if you look at the agricultural sector, women play a very important role. In most of the ECOWAS countries, you have over 60% of the actors, practical actors, are women. But are we as policymakers, are we as decision makers implementing some of the decisions that would help to enhance women in agriculture in a whole range of areas, from input distribution to technology dissemination to access to finance? We are not. So for me, political will and the lack of implementation capacity is a major gap. If we can address those two, even by 50%, there would be a major turnaround in agriculture of our countries. And you cannot ignore half of your population, the women, who are the food producers, who are the food managers, who play a very vital role in the food system of our countries. So that would be my response to your question for now.
Dr. So over to Dr. Amina for the next question. Okay, the next question goes to, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. The next question goes to Dr. Ranjana Bhattacharjee. Dr. Ranjana?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ma. Just want to ask, how is molecular and genomic research contributing to food security and the development of climate-resistant crops? I'd like to go over that again, that how is molecular and genomic research contributing to food security and the development of climate-resistant, resilient crops?
Thank you for that question. In my talk, I have said that climate change is a reality, and we all know how climate is changing, and this actually is related to both biotic as well as abiotic stresses. Like biotic is pest and diseases, and also insects and many other things, while abiotic is floods, drought, heat, etc. So these are all there, and conventional breeding or conventional research can actually do the way forward to bring out varieties that are resistant and tolerant to biotic as well as abiotic stresses. However, the time that conventional breeding or conventional research takes is much, much longer then adoption of advanced technology like molecular and genomic research. So in case of molecular and genomic research, there are different methods that can accelerate the crop breeding, which means that it reduces the time from when the breeding starts and how we can get a variety. If traditionally something takes about 8 to 10 years, then we can reduce it to 3 to 4 years. And there are different methods which are mainly like genomic assisted breeding, which is more like when we use next generation sequencing. That means we sequence the entire genome of a targeted crop. And then when we sequence it, we can find the regions which are responsible for what is that called, for disease resistances and many other kind of genes that are responsible for pest and disease resistances or even tolerances, flood, drought, etc. I'm not saying it just happens like that, but there are very fast and more precise tools that are available that can be used for accelerating the breeding cycle, like for example marker assisted selection as well as genomic selection. So marker assisted selection is actually when we identify the DNA markers for a particular trait, and then we make a process that is more efficient than traditional breeding. Genomic selection is much more advanced approach which uses information at genomic level, and then it actually predicts the breeding value of the progenies based on the accuracy of predictions of the parents or grandparents, and it can be used for complex traits like drought, etc. However, there is also, kind of other methods that are becoming very important, like genome editing. So in genome editing, there are techniques like CRISPR-Cas technology, and in this case, you can modify a crop's DNA. So that means if you have a sequence, for example, ATGC, we know that the DNA sequence is made out of ATGC. So if a sequence is made of AAATTTC, and because of that, one plant is susceptible, you can knock out one of the T's or C's and you can insert. So it is called knocking off and inserting. So this is a very, very, advanced technology that has come into play in recent times that can be used for actually improving or making plants more and more resistant. And we have a lot of products that have coming out from CRISPR-Cas, mainly for banana and plantains in Uganda, which is for bacterial blight disease, wherein we have produced varieties which are genome edited and they are resistant to that disease. So you see molecular markers or genomics is making a huge impact on not only pest and disease or biotic and abiotic, but also in boosting food and nutritional security or nutritional traits, because nowadays it is not about higher yield, but also about how nutritionally impactful your varieties are. And this is actually becoming possible with this technology. But what I'm telling you is that genomics is not a stand-alone technique. Genomics comes with bioinformatics and also precision phenotyping for that particular trait. So if you are targeting drought or pest and diseases, there has to be multi-location precision phenotyping for that particular trait so that you can identify the regions that are responsible for that trait, and then only marker assisted selection or these tools become more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjana. Thank you. The next question is for Professor Babatunde Rabiu. Sir, how can space-based technologies such as satellite imagery and remote sensing transform traditional farming into smart, data-driven agriculture in Nigeria, particularly for women farmers in rural communities? Like, how can satellite data and space technology help farmers predict weather, manage soil, and improve yield?
Hello, I hope I'm communicating. The network is so bad.
Yes, Prof, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, I think here, well, the space-based technologies have great roles to play, and like satellite imagery and remote sensing can transform traditional farming in Nigeria into smart, data-driven agriculture, especially for women in rural communities. And this is done by providing critical information on crop health. We've had this from the last keynote, our keynote speaker has demonstrated how some of these could actually be engaged.
Hello? We cannot hear you, sir. Prof? Okay, so I suspect that Prof is having some technical issues with his network. While we hope that we hope that he joins us.
I think he's back.
Okay. Okay,
Hello,
while we
Professor
allow
Rabu, sir.
Can we ask Dr. Alabi to please step in to, assist Prof with the response, and to also add this question that what collaborative strategies between space research institutions, institutes, universities, and agribusiness stakeholders, what collaborative strategies can ensure that scientific breakthrough translate into tangible benefits at the farm level, enhancing both food security and economic resilience? Dr. Alabi.
Good afternoon once again. Please, which of the questions you want me to address? The first one you asked, Prof, or this one you're asking now? Or you want me to address both?
If you could do both, why not?
Okay, so let's start by asking, the first one is, how can we use space-based technologies, such as satellite imagery, to transform traditional farming? Now, one of the ways we could do this is we can introduce satellite data that will monitor crop health, soil quality, and weather patterns. Now, you find out that if we're talking about improved, if we want to empower women farmers, we need to find a way of improving how the land and resources are managed. And satellite data can give us information about the soil health, about the moisture content, and also it can help the women to know exactly what to plant on which area that will yield the best produce. Also, we can have enhanced crop monitoring and early warning systems. You have multispectral satellite images that can be used to monitor crop health, and these ones can be applied. We also have situations where we can use multispectral sensors flown on drone to monitor crop health. For example, I'll just cite an example. We had a trip to IITA, and I'm glad that Dr. Ranjana is here to hear this. And we visited their greenhouse systems there. And one of the questions I asked them was, how do you identify a crop that is diseased? And the person taking us around said, well, we look at it, and once we started seeing that a crop is looking in a particular way, we segregate it, and then we take it to the lab, and then we try to identify what the problem is. And then, so I told the person, I said, why don't you introduce hyperspectral remote sensing? That is, you can actually have hyperspectral sensors flown on drone inside your greenhouse farming, and they will give you the spectral signature of the plants. We know what a spectral signature for a healthy plant looks like, so that if the plant is diseased, you immediately see it from there. But you have to wait for you to see the plant physically diseased. It means that the problem has already happened, and you have to find a way to remedy it. So these are ways where we can improve yielding by using hyperspectral sensor to identify disease even before they are physically manifested, and treating it as such. Then also we can use we can have access to accurate we can introduce them to accurate weather and climate data, which will help them to have informed decisions on when to plant and when to harvest. And then also we can monitor yield estimates and crop performance using satellite data. But some of the challenges to these recommendations will be, of course, number one, digital literacy and access, because many rural women they lack education and training required to use digital tools. So the recommendation for that would be to provide tailored training programs on using technology and interpreting agricultural data to address the literacy and language barrier. Another problem to using satellite imagery by rural women will be cost of technology. So one way to address that is to develop access to low-cost mobile-friendly services. And then, of course, we have the social cultural constraints. And the recommendation for that would be to implement targeted interventions and promote gender awareness. So these are some of the things that can be done to make this technique available to women. And then the other one is, how can satellite data...
Doctor, yes, ma'am. Maybe we'll suspend that question till the next round of questions, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. It's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Dr. Wumi Alabi, for sharing your thoughts on the question that has been asked. So we'll move quickly to Professor Charles Adetunji. Prof, in what ways can bio-entrepreneurship and microbiological innovation transform local agricultural practices? This question is for Professor Charles Adetunji. In what ways can bio-entrepreneurship and microbiological innovation transform local agricultural practices? Please, is Professor Charles on this call, please?
Yes, he is. I think he's muted.
Uh-oh. Prof, kindly unmute your mic and respond.
Okay,
sir.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Certainly. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So, first of all, let's start with what is bioinnovation. Bioinnovation bridges science and agro business, plumbing, microbiology, agriculture, whichever field you do, into a kind of tools for productivity, sustainability, and rural industrialization. Now, what we need to do is we need to identify opportunities around us. We might be black, our brain is not black. God has blessed us with a lot of bioresources. Taking, for example, biofertilizer, biopesticide, how do we harness beneficial microbe like rhizobium, bacillus, trichoderma, and reduce dependency on costly synthetic chemical, thereby restoring soil wet. When we talk about also waste to wet initiative, microbe can also help us to convert agro waste into bioenergy, animal feed, biogas, organic compost, creating circular bioeconomy. Another thing is in terms of food preservation and processing. Fermentation and microbial enzyme can improve shelf life, taste, nutritional value, reduce food spoilage, increasing local cottage industry. Biopackaging is also there. A lot of opportunity are in this area. We can develop biodegradable films for edible coatings and film that can even reduce plastic pollution, added value addition to agro residues. Another thing is biosensor for quality control. Microbial biosensor can detect contaminants in the agro food chain, thereby improving food safety and microbiology. And a lot of things have been done, even in Nigeria. Many of our professors are doing a lot. But what we need to do before we can go into bio innovation and bio entrepreneurship is that industry, research institutes, universities needs to come together, align what we have, and now our potentials together and solve our problem. God has blessed us with a lot of things, but we now need to focus more attention on what we have and how we can make use of them in meeting the demand of the ever-increasing population. Thank you very much. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Now, before we end this session, I'd like to request for 1 minute response from our panelists on one question that we'd like for them to answer within the space of 50 seconds each. And the question is, what is the biggest game changer for women in agriculture? What is the biggest game changer for women in agriculture? And if we ask you to, suggest one program or to launch one program tomorrow to empower women in agriculture, what would it be? I'll start with Dr. Wunmi Alabi. 50 seconds, please. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, while we're waiting for Dr. Alabi, can we ask Prof the same question? What would be the innovative idea that you would push for a change or for change to happen in the agricultural sector?
Say at this point that it is it might not be so far-fetched. It's just the willingness by the women folk to adapt.
Like we lost you there. Dr. Rajana, please, would you like to respond?
Sure. Before I respond to this, I would like to respond to Professor Alabi that, I don't know who in IITA took her to the screen house, because multispectral imaging is something that we use very commonly. And whatever she said, we have all those advanced. I don't know if she has met our pathologists like Dr. Lava Kumar and others who are the scientists responsible for digital data capture. However, to respond to your question, how women, I think the biggest challenge for women is to take the first step and to break the stereotyping and the barriers. And it has to start from home, where the parents need to tell the girl child that you are equal. What your brother can do, you can do also. It has to start from the home, and then from the school, and then from the society. Unless it starts from the home, where women are, or the girl child is always kept one step below than the male child. You know, look at all the women in your platform. Look at ourselves, who got that chance from our home, where our parents believed in us and gave us that opportunity. We are not only equal, but we are beyond the men that are there, even in this panel. And I can tell this with a lot of, kind of platform that I have. So this is the breaking the barriers, taking that, strength, the courage that we can do it. And also, if you say that, oh, I have family problems, majority of the problem that we have with women, we are our own enemies. We need to create this mentorship program where a woman is holding the hand of a woman, and it starts with the mother, and then the teacher, and then the other people around you when you are working. So this is what it has to be. It has to be kind of a chain reaction, and that is what I would like to see, that women holding the hand of another woman and saying that you may be having children, you may be having family issues, you may be having something, but don't stop. Don't get, succumbed by the pressure of the society, home, etc. But take that charge and go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjana. Thank you. Can we have final words from Professor Charles Adetunji?
Yeah, the question. Please, can you help me repeat the question?
So the question we've been talking about, if you could launch one program tomorrow to empower women in agriculture, what would it be?
Yeah, the simple one that is basic is, first of all, let's identify the lacuna in our environment. If we could identify the problem, the challenges, then let's look for the nearest available, locally available solution. But if I were to do that, waste is very prominent around us. I will see how I can turn waste to wealth and empowering women especially. If the women around us can get it right, honestly, the whole world have gotten it right. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have.
Yes, Dr. Ennis, please. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
for me, I think it's time we start to invest in women in agriculture across the board, from the local government to the national level, to the regional community, continental. We need to invest. And what do we have to invest in? Capacity development. Women are at the back of the knowledge economy. We need to build their capacities. We also need to introduce them to new technologies. Now the world has moved on. We're talking about artificial intelligence. And where are the women in this whole scheme of things? Technology introduction, new technologies, relevant and accessible technology is important. We also need to invest in infrastructure for value addition. Should we continue with the mortar and pestle to process our yam or our cassava or whatever? No, we must make agriculture for women a business. So we need finance for value addition, for infrastructure development. Climate smart is a must. Are we integrating climate smart agriculture practices into our policies, into our projects and programs? This is a must. Nutrition sensitive agriculture is also important. And finally, which is central, is to have inclusive agricultural policy development. When we develop policies, most of the time we just take women as an afterthought. I'm very sorry for that, but it should not be like that. Women should be at the discussion table. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ernest Obe. Thank you to our panelists, from Professor Babatunde Rabiu to Dr. Wunmi Alabi to Professor Charles Adetunji and Dr. Ranjana. Thank you so much. As a way of wrapping up this session, I'd like to just pick on the key points that has been highlighted in this meeting. And one is that we need to empower women through technology, and there has to be collaboration between science and agribusiness. There also has to be data-driven and gender-inclusive agricultural policy. And lastly, youth and women are innovation drivers. Therefore, we need to engage, women and youth in the pursuit for a better, tomorrow in terms of agriculture and other food-related businesses. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing your thoughts on these very insightful topics that we have looked at today. I'd like to hand over the program back to the moderator for the rest of the program. My name is Aderonke Akirili, and I thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akirili. On behalf of Vowda team, I sincerely appreciate all our panel discussants for their contributions. Thank you so much. Now we go back to the presentation by Dr. Wunmi. Over to you, ma. Then also, before that, I want to appreciate the presence of AI Precision. We do not take you for granted. Your session will come up after Dr. Wunmi's presentation. Thank you.
Please, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to turn to audio because the internet here is really bad. So please, if you can go ahead, I still can't make that presentation. Right now I'm on audio. I can't do anything more than that for now. Thank you.
No problem. You can go ahead.
Are you asking me to do the presentation on audio?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'll share it from here. Don't worry, we'll just run
Okay, you share it from there. That would be awesome. Okay.
Go ahead, we'll catch up with you.
Okay, so basically what the presentation is on how we are encouraging preteen girls to develop interest in climate smart agriculture. And we have, we're working with 23 girls. The base for this program is Ile-Ife town right now. The girls are between the age of 8 and 15 years old. They are recruited from all the 6 geopolitical zones. And we also work closely with the parents so that they can encourage the girls, especially the fathers, to do what is required. So some of the activities that we do in She Space to promote climate smart agriculture is we introduce the girls to geospatial mapping and climate monitoring by combining satellite-derived data and ground measurements. And one of the projects we did was on they assess the NDVI. Now, NDVI is a parameter that you can use to monitor plant health. So they assess the NDVI variation in response to climate change, specifically in response to rainfall in the food basket state of Nigeria. And we introduced them to the necessary software that they would use. They used ArcMap to prepare the map and identify the NIMET station. They use Google Earth Engine to prepare the satellite imagery for land cover map of Benue State, and also to identify cropland in Benue State, and to map the NDVI for the cropland. And also we introduced them to Excel spreadsheets, which they use to analyze the rainfall data. Now, the data that we used for this project was we use satellite-derived data from FAO, from Copernicus, from NASA, and we use the rainfall measurement data from NIMET. And well, a lot of these are diagrams, but since I can't show the diagrams right now, it's just I'll just vertical, say what we got. So the girls, I had diagrams to show them doing this work and everything. And they prepared a map, a graph showing the relationship between NDVI and rainfall. And from the map, we were able to realize that, of course, the health of vegetation depends on rainfall. And since the rainfall in Nigeria is changing, is actually changing globally because of climate change, there's a need to look for other methods of farming. And one of the methods that we wanted to introduce was greenhouse farming. That's greenhouse, which is what is practiced in a place like Israel. This project is connected to the founder, who is an Israeli, and they came to show the girls some of the methods in which Israel is a very small land, but they're able to produce a lot of food by using greenhouse farming and managing their water resources effectively. Then another project that we did, another research work, was we showed the girls how satellite imagery can be used to monitor flooding. So we looked at the imagery that can be, and we observed the imagery over Benue State, still over Benue State, before flooding, during flooding, and after flooding, using SAR data. And from there, we identified the area where the flooding occurred. Then other things that we do is we also introduce these girls to IoT and geospatial technology. So we showed them how you can use IoT sensors. It enables the plant to talk. The sensors can be used to collect temperature, humidity, and soil moisture, and how you can connect all these sensors to a processing unit, and the information can be dispersed to the users. And also we took them on a trip, educational trip, to IITA in Ibadan, and there we visited the weather station, the IT section, the GIS lab, and we also visited the botanical garden, where the girls were able to buy, we bought for them plants, so that we encouraged them to go back home and nurture this plant, so that each girl had an opportunity to actually practice backyard farming at a very early age. Then they also visited the local greenhouse with about 20 different vegetables planted inside, and we mentor them. And some of the results that we got from these girls was outstanding. For example, one of the girls, she focused on yellow pepper, and she took care of her yellow pepper until it was edible, and then her mother used it to prepare the meal. She was very excited about that. Another girl recorded that the program encouraged her to develop interest in coding. There was a time we had to do this program online, and one of the girls was actually responsible for designing the web page, and she said that encouraged her to develop interest in web page development. And then another young lady said, although she liked agriculture before, but that the project made her even more interested in the practical application of farming. So in conclusion, our program, what we are doing at Shift Space, includes local examples to assist participants in relating STEM field and understanding their relevance and accessibility. A problem in Nigeria is food security. By working on how we can improve on food security, the girls were able to connect climate smart agriculture to the STEM field. And also, we were able to provide early exposure to these girls and provide supportive environment by introducing them to role models and resources, so that this way, if we catch them young and we're able to develop their interest in STEM at this early age, there's a possibility that when they grow up, they will be able to apply this knowledge. And this is one way in which we can actually develop individuals and also contribute to the technological progress in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wumi. On behalf of Vowda team, we wish to appreciate you for the clear and compelling presentation. Thank you. for sharing your expertise. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. So the floor is now open for contributions, questions, and suggestions. Thank you. So you can unmute yourself and ask your questions. Questions for Dr. Wumi? Contributions, suggestions?
Okay. This is
okay. Go on, please.
Is it just a comment? I know I'm aware of the She Space project, and again, it's been mentioned to us that this is done at Ile-Ife, though the participants are drawn from different parts of the country, whose parents reside in Ile-Ife. And I just want to make a call to participants in this conference that should you be interested in having some of these activities of She Space maybe domiciled within your base, so that we can get Dr. Alabi to connect with you, or you can connect with Dr. Alabi through the Vowda platform, so that she can discuss with you what it takes to bring together some of these children, because it's very interesting. This is for children at very, very tender age, in their early teens. You know, they are GS1 and maybe primary 6, GS1, GS2, and they are actually doing great things. So if you are interested, please do well to reach out, and then this can also be taken to your doorsteps, and who knows, someone may win Nobel Prize from some such activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Babatunde. Can we have one more contribution? Professor Jeff Agbola, do you have anything to say concerning the presentation? All right, can we move on to the presentation by AI Precision? AI Precision, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Adeyemi. Okay, it's afternoon already. Fine. So I'm the operations lead at Integrated Air Precision, and I'm going to be representing Mr. Femi Adekoya to do this presentation. I just want to share my screen. Let me just present. Just in a few seconds. Okay. Okay. So please, I want to confirm if we can all see my screen. It's actually showing.
Yes, we can see.
Hello, man. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Okay,
we
okay,
can
thank you.
see it.
All right. Okay, so I'll be fast minutes because I have other things to. All right, so let's get started. Good morning once again, everyone. My name is Joseph Adeyemi. I'm the operations lead at Integrated Data Precision. And in the absence of Mr. Femi, I'm going to be delivering this presentation on the topic Drones in Agriculture, Women Inclusion in Digital Agriculture. So let's get going. All right. So about the organization, I just want to quickly talk about that briefly. Integrated Air Precision. So Integrated Air Precision is a drone technology company based in Nigeria. So we're empowering farmers with drone-powered solutions, ranging from services like crop health monitoring, the use of drones, pest management, crop protection, aerial spraying services, land mapping. Right. So we have various services from precision drone spraying to farm mapping, agricultural asset inspection, also targeted drone broadcasting for rice farmers, crop monitoring, area filming. So in this presentation, I'm going to also be showing some field experience videos so you can see just to establish the practical side of things. Also, we have like a sister company to Integrated Data Precision, which is Precision Field Academy, and that's the arm of the training where we build the capacity of youths and women to lead with precision agriculture and make them remain relevant in the future of work and technology in agriculture. These are some of pictures from some of the trainings we've done in the previous time, the Precision Agriculture Incubation Program, and some of our specialized courses as well. All right, so okay, so let's get started fully into the presentation. All right, so there's no how we're going to talk about developments in agriculture, and we're not going to talk about the problem. Yeah, problem and challenges. Um, this are the realities. Yes, farmers face globally, irrespective of the continent or the race, either black or the white. When it comes to agriculture, the issue of pests, drought, climate change factor, labor scarcity, all these things are real and it cuts across every basis. And for agriculture to be practiced in a more sustainable and a more productive and profitable way, we need to change the strategy. So as we all like are aware that challenges are always there. Inconsistent rainfall patterns are also leading to drought from the effect of climate change. Also, the land, poor productivity, resulting to low yield and all of that. So that's just what we'll be establishing from. So we are going to be diving into the drone technology and its core application and how is drone technology driving innovation in the agriculture sector. And also we're going to explore on how drones are empowering farmers, improving food security, and contributing to overall economic growth. All right, so once again, like mentioned, crop pest issue is global. Whether it's in Africa, in Australia, the issue of pest, we have fall armyworms, whitefly, leaf miner, stem borers, always coming up, yeah, to take away the farmer's investment. So And traditional methods have not been sustainable, or it's not really measuring up to the requirements. We need to look into bringing sustainable solutions or technologies that can help us solve them sustainably. And that's why we need to talk about drones. So as we go forward, we first want to establish that there are two various kinds of drone applicable in agriculture. We have the sensor drones and the actuation drones. The sensor drones are drones equipped with imagery payloads or cameras as we have it. So they have optical cameras for data collection, that is capturing data on the field. It could be in form of spectral data, spatial data, temporal data, the likes. And on the other hand, here we have on my right hand side, we have the actuation drones. Then actuation drones are majorly for pest applications. They have the capability to do much more bigger work in terms of spraying of agrochemicals. They have spraying nozzles, spraying mechanisms. And on the other hand, for rice farmers, yes, you could also use them to apply granular materials or granular agro inputs for rice seeds, fertilizers, nut soil, and all of that. So just by swapping the tank. All right, so let's talk about why is drone data significant to agriculture? Yeah, we've established previously that problems are coming up, and technology research and innovation is bringing new solutions to help us farm more sustainably. So data collection drones are transforming the practice of agriculture by enabling a fast, accurate, and cost-effective farm management practices. This set of drones are equipped with imagery payloads or high-resolution cameras. They are in their various types. We have the RGB camera, which is R, red, green, blue. This is just similar to the camera of your smartphone. It's showing RGB. We have multispectral. Multispectral has capability to detect more spectra of light beyond what RGB could. We also have thermal. Thermal for capturing data in respect to its signatures. We have hyperspectral LiDAR and the like. So this sensor, they help to actually monitor crop health, detect pests, and assess soil condition across large fields, reducing manual inspection and delivering real-time insights. So this technology, it's really helping to drive precision agriculture by applying the water, fertilizer, pesticides, and every other agro input, lowering the cost and also ensuring to boost yields. Okay, so data collection drones increasing used in agriculture because they provide efficient, accurate, and real-time insight that helps farmers to make informed decisions. And this is what we are mostly concerned about, to actually get or use the right strategies that help us to be able to practice agriculture in a more productive and profitable way. So in this video that you're seeing here, this is actually the data collected on the field, just showing an NDVI data for plant count with sensor drones. After the drone actually flies over the field, you collect data, you stitch them together, you can process
Sir,
them, be able
the
to know.
screen is not showing. We can see the video.
Oh. Nice. Well, we just need to reshare. Sorry, give me a minute. That is not showing why. Okay. I'm coming, just give me a second, I'll fix it. Share my screen again. All right, so Please, I want to confirm, is my slide moving at all?
Yes, it's moving.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think we've discussed all the session, talked about this slide already. So this is where I am presently. Can we see the video now?
Yeah, we are seeing a movable background in a stiff manner. We are seeing red, green, just...
Okay. Yes, it's a software platform. This is a photogrammetric platform where we process the data collected through by the drone. This is just like an NDVI interface. So we want to know, we're doing plant counting to actually know the number of stock inventories and all of that on the field. So there's a section on the side. When we get there, I'll talk more about it, just to... Oh my. I think I'm having issues with this slide because my... Let me share again. I'm coming. My slide is not moving the way I want it. Share it.
Oh, please, is it possible for you to, thank you so much. Maybe you can forward it to us and just explain, and then we can discuss maybe after, or is it okay like that? Because we saw it. Maybe if you send it in PDF, or since it's video, it's not PDF, it can be PDF.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to download it in PPT because it contains some videos, and it's going to be a very large file because of the video attached to it, unless I delete those videos too. So
Yeah, just continue. Thank you.
okay, ma'am. So I don't show my screen. All right. Okay, thank you very much for the patience. Sorry, I think we are good now. So this is just a few operation showing, this is drone technology application. The application drone is like a sprayer drone. Uh, it's actually doing a granular operation based on fertilizer application in this sugarcane. So we have some other video here too. It's actually one of our geospatial analysts. She is actually on the field to collect data. I want to do a stock inventory of this field. It's a maize field. I want to do like a plant count to check for the germination rate, plant density. So it's actually doing on the maize field, also spraying utilization in the clean field. Most locations are in Nigeria. These are some of the places we've worked. All right, so let's continue. So let's quick talk about data in agriculture. We have various kinds of data sources, and some of the speakers who have talked before me, they also mentioned some of these sources or make reference to it a lot. So for data acquisition and types now, we have the data source. We can get data through the help of satellites, the satellite imagery from the space, Sentinel, also IoT sensors for moisture sensor, different kinds of humidity. You can get information from sensors on the field that actually helps you to be able to make informed decisions about farming practices. Also the weather data from the meteorology agencies, also drones. Yeah, like you mentioned, drones can be to the field, yeah, to collect data or gather data and process them to be able to know what is really happening on the field, especially if you are running a very large field, managing a very large field, and that's going to be streamer. So you can actually use drone to be able to collect the data, analyze it, and know the hotspot of where the problem is before it take over the field. So basically, we have three types of data. The spatial data, that's talking about your land in the surveying side of things, talking about your elevation map, your farm boundary map, your land, you want to check data for land use, land degradation, land planning, and all of that. It falls under the spatial. While the spectral is into the crop health monitoring, knowing the health states, plant stress, plant disease, water starvation, nutrient deficiencies and all under the spectrum. While temporal, talking about the time series of data, especially if you are carrying out a research focus on a new location. Okay, you want to check the germination rate, you have to collect data. So both your temporal data, combines the two together, both the spectral and the spatial, based on the need of what you want. So a typical workflow of for drones or data and the GIS, Geographic Information System in agriculture, looks like you bring the drone to the field. After you do the flight planning and all, you fly the drone, you import it into a photogrammetry platforms like Pix4D, SurveyHack, DJI Terra, and all of that. You stitch it together, turn it into a map that actually makes sense. Then you analyze it. After analyzing it, so be able to know the parts or the portion of the field that are affected, where you need to concentrate on. So this go ahead, able to guide you on how to reduce costs. So maybe you want to apply fertilizer. So instead of you just buying 10 bags traditionally, just using a guesswork, using a drone data could, help you reduce it to just buying 3 bags. Yeah, by applying it to the affected or the required portion of the field. Then also this drone data can be imported into other agricultural equipments like drones for variable rate application by spraying the parts that are needed with the right quantity or amount of dosage of agrochemicals. And also for like boom sprayer or driverless tractors, you could import it into driverless tractors, smart tractors for them to actually work on the field. So this is just like the process when the drone is capturing the data. This is GeoNader. It's just like a cloud-based software platform. When the drone is capturing, it saves it into the cloud. Also do the arrangements, stitch it together, turn it into an actionable map. So once the drone has collected the data, go back to the base, then the processing of the data is done on the cloud platform. So and after it is ready, you'll be able to see what the drone has captured. So this is the arrangement, bringing those pixels together, arranging them and merging them together to turn them into an auto mosaic. So this is how it looks like, the auto mosaic, or a 2D map of a farmland. So it's just like a spatial data. Anyway, so drones in agriculture, let's talk about the sensor types. We have various sensors. The RGB, like I mentioned, it's just like
Hello, Mr. Presenter. Please, you have 2 more minutes to round up. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So we have the RGB, the multispectral, the hyperspectral, and thermal, various sensors to collect drones. Talk about hyperspectral. So deliverables and insights you can collect with drones are soil, crops are soil health, elevation map, plant count, precision maps, and plant density. Talk about that. Then on this part, inventory management, crop monitoring, and crop phenotyping, field mapping, to check for farm boundary, plant cells, damage assessment. This is applicable in insurance, where you need to, for like thunder strike, wildfire outbreak, disease, and all of this stuff. Yeah, field boundary, these are one of the application, terrain analysis of the farm. So also be able to dictate the specific crop that can work in that environment. Yeah, incorporating drones into agriculture will help you to be able to eliminate guesswork in 2000. Okay, we've talked about agricultural drone, the sprayer one already, so I just talked about it. So these are just some cross-section of pictures for spraying operation and broadcasting. So what is drone helping you to bring to the table? Precision application is achieved, also giving you access to hard to reach places, fast and efficient technology, large land coverage. It also presents the opportunity of autonomous operation and reduction of chemical exposure to chemicals. Yes, so using drones preventing risks to health. All right. So it's time for question and answer. If I have any other any question from anyone, to be able to attend to it. Right. Thank you.
Thank you for taking your time to present your paper. We appreciate your effort in advancing drone technology. Questions and answer.
Let's ask a question.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph Adeyemi, for quite an interesting presentation. I just want to know if you have if you offer training, services, or you train young people on how to use drones and how to analyze the data that you gather from the drones machines.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, during my presentation the other time, I mentioned Precision Field Academy. So it's like a sister company to Integrated Area Precision, and it's the arm of like our organization where we train and build the capacity of youths in digital agriculture, in introducing them to introducing them to the application of precision agriculture in general, even beyond the context of drones. We talk about IoT, sensors, application, satellites, imagery, data, drones, and all. So how they can be able to leverage that to practice digital agriculture. So you can check on the website, Precision Field Academy.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? I have a question for you, sir.
Okay, ma.
Okay, what is the total cost of getting a drone technology in one's farm? Is it something that rural farmers can afford? Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, drone. We also sell drones. I think I'm supposed to mention that or reiterate that. Yes. So for the drone, people we have as customer based, We have people who outrightly purchase drones for like the medium scale farmers, people who can afford it. And we have some currently in stock for sales during this December month. We have the one that goes for 36 million and one for 40 million naira. So people find it hard to be able to purchase it due to funds. They could look into maybe cluster farming, getting the help of cooperatives. Yeah, cooperatives can actually purchase it and lend it out to farmers if they have farmer cooperatives. They could also get funds for it, loans or grants. Or yeah, so that's the only way you can get it, unless if you have the funds to actually purchase it, you can do that.
Okay, thanks so much. Can we have one more question before we wrap up this session?
Sorry, ma. I think questions should be sent to chat boxes because the other presenters, they have only limited. I mean, they have allotted time and they want to do some other things. So if anybody have questions, let's send everything to the chat box. Then we'll be able to harvest it from there. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma. I want to advise or suggest that we move to the next presentation by Dr. Fadekemi Osai. So I will call on Professor Jeff Agbola to read a citation. Thank you. Over to you, ma.
Thank you very much, ma. I will quickly, as fast as possible, to read a citation. Thank you. It's an honor. Professor Fadekemi Janet Osai is an associate professor of mathematics at Toy University, Alabama, USA. She's renowned for her groundbreaking contribution in mathematics and her advocacy for women in STEM. She earned a PhD in mathematics from the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, making history as the first Black woman to receive a doctorate in mathematics from the institution. Her research focuses on graph theory, networking, and bionets, and all that. And so beyond academia, she is the founder of a Geomastic Initiative, a non-profit organization that mentor young African women in mathematics and coding, preparing them for emerging fields such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. Our impact has been recognized through several prestigious awards, including 2024 US Black History Honoree, the 2018 Award, and the 2015 South Africa Bronze Medal Award. I hereby present to you Dr. Fadekemi Janet Osaye. Thank you, my dear, very beautiful friend.
Thank you so much, ma, for having me. I'm so sorry that maybe, I'm not sure if my voice is clear enough, but I'll just go straight to it because it's early in the morning and I have to go to work in about 40 minutes from now. So let me share the screen. Okay. So this morning I'm going to be talking a little bit about how math and coding is actually very important to agriculture in general, to climate change, and how we can actually apply these things even as individuals. Thanks to the previous speaker that spoke on drones, the technology of drones, which kind of actually aligns a little bit with what I'm going to be talking about. There is a field in math called data science, and this is a field that combines the math that we do, a little bit of some statistics, which is still under math, and just few coding. So I'm going to show us how this coding actually works, just a page of it, and how we can actually apply it ourselves to see how to maximize our profit as well. At the end, I'm also going to give us a little bit, I see someone ask questions about how to be of help. I'm going to talk a little bit about how Gesmatics can also be involved in helping farmers maximize their production and their profit in general. So when we look at what agriculture is, it's especially in our time right now, everything is based on data and it is based on math. Actually, math is just the foundation of every sciences. And what coding or programming has brought into what we are doing is to make it a lot easier to deal with, rather than work with these problems manually. And then we can also interpret our result and be able to make future predictions on the information that we've received. And in math, we have an aspect called geometry. Geometry is going to help us see how to measure areas and fields and how to deal with irrigation layout. These are just few applications of math. And when we talk about proportions and ratios and percentages, when we want to farm, we put all of this into consideration in how to see if this is going to maximize our crop growth and our soil composition. So when we put agriculture together with data science, which is a combination of math with coding and statistics, it can really blossom. In fact, there is everywhere in the world right now, the foundation of what we do, whether in agriculture, whether it's in climate modeling, or whether it is in engineering, everything right now is centered about some automation, AI, or machine learning, or data science. And all of these are combinations of these three aspects that I've mentioned: math, coding, and statistics. So when we take a look at agriculture, it is just dependent on technology, of science, of engineering, and math. And we really cannot just simply remove any aspect of it. If we need to interpret our technology, which in this case, and in our time, AI, we cannot remove the math and we cannot remove the coding. So basically, when we talk about technology, we are really talking about the coding aspect. We are talking about large data sets. We are talking about machine learning, which are the models that apply onto this data set. And so, because it is at the center of all of this, when we talk about agri, we still need to talk about science. We still need to talk about some biology, the composition of the soil. We still need to talk about organisms. And when we also look at the engineering aspect, we also need to consider maybe tractors, the machineries that we have to put in place. So all of this comes together to bring alive what agriculture is. Not forgetting that when we are able to merge all of this, it brings about the knowledge, it brings the skills, it brings the attitude and the belief that we have to propel our result. I'm just going to show us a brief example of what math is basically. So just one fragment of what math can do is what it means to calculate yield, crop yield estimation. We can make an estimate about what we are going to be expecting at the end of the harvest period. So, for example, a farmer or a researcher in this case harvested 12,000 kilograms of corn, and when they measure where the harvested is, of course, we are going to be looking at estimates, and we look at this estimate based on average. We can calculate this as the total harvested weight based on the area that this is harvested, and this can be measured in kilogram per hectares. And so just a fragment of that, it tells us that if I can measure all the weight of the crop that was harvested, and I look at the farm space where this harvest comes from, I can know whether to maximize my land, whether it really matters to get more land if I really want to get more harvest, or there might be other things that I need to consider. And in considering other cases, we might also want to look at, because it is possible for just one fragment of that land to have produced all of these crops. In math, we can measure several factors. One of the other factors that can have impact on the production is the average yield of fertilizer applications on on these crops. So, and we use an aspect in statistics that can tell us whether what we are trying to look at is going to be true or whether it is false. So, for example, we can apply fertilizer A, and we have what is called the alternative hypothesis and the null hypothesis. The alternative hypothesis just simply tells us whether what we are trying to prove is true or whether it is false. And we can easily just accept fertilizer A or accept fertilizer B. So if fertilizer A is to measure the alternative hypothesis, which is to prove that this is true, we can either accept that that is true or we reject it and accept the case that it is not true. So B is what is called the null hypothesis. We are trying to disprove that fertilizer B is not really useful when it comes to this crop production. So statisticians actually always look at this, and it is also applicable in other fields where we want to see whether to accept that or reject that. And a simple math that we can do is the first example that I did. We consider these two fertilizers. Say we measure our produce, which is the yield that was gotten, and we look at over the course of maybe 5 years that a fertilizer have been applied. Right? When we apply fertilizer A, we make a record of what the average yield has been for each of the years that we have. And so I call that N1, which is 5. Then for fertilizer B, I look at the average yield also for another 5 consecutive 5 years, and we compare that. And when we collect this data, we can do some analysis on it by ourselves. So it is one thing to make these plants and farm them. It is another thing to also want to predict the future. So to be able to predict the future, we have to use present and past information that we gathered. And we can just have a table where we put down this information. So the first thing we do is to calculate the mean yield. So we sum all of these mean yields together, and then we divide it by the number of years for both fertilizer A and B. And then we can then conduct what is called a t-test. I'm going to go a little bit down about this t-test because there are a lot of mathematics that goes into that. So the two sample t-test is basically telling us that we are trying to compare two options, fertilizer A and fertilizer B. We've calculated their mean yield for the first one to be 46, for American says 4,600, that's 4,600. And then the second one is 4,230 kilogram per hectare. That is the average yield for those 5 years. So we calculate the standard deviation, which we can calculate by finding the deviation of each year from the actual mean. And then we find the cumulative of that and divide by n-1 for each A and B. And so we look at their t-value. That also comes with a formula that I just simply plugged in. And it tells me what the t-value is for the comparison of these two. I skipped all of that because it has a lot of math calculations that are involved in that. And then we look at what is called the degrees of freedom. The degrees of freedom can just be calculated by the addition of the numbers from each of them, which in this case, we look at the data for 5 years. So for A, it is 5 years. For B, it is 5 years. And we subtract 2 from that. So for this, it gives us, when we put in this data, we can also use Excel sheet to do this analysis. The problem with Excel is that it's very cumbersome and you don't want to start putting in all of this information. It takes time. You can also make mistakes by just trying to do the analysis manually using Excel. So when we get this t value using the t formula, we can see that using the t table by comparing this on Excel, it tells us that the p value that we really need is approximately 0.03, which is about 0.3%. And that implies that since we have decided, and most times we make this decision based on several conditions, that if the p value is less than a specific amount, mostly we usually don't want the error to be more than 5%, because it is an estimate and errors will definitely happen. So we want to minimize this error and say that if the error is less than 5%, we accept the alternative hypothesis that fertilizer A is the better option. And if it is more than 5%, we reject A and accept B in this case. So we simply say there's really no significant difference, basically, because we can say A and B are just the same fertilizer. So in this example, B is approximately 0.03, which is technically saying 3%, and error is minimized. And so what this tells us is that the researcher or the farmer concluded that fertilizer A is significantly better. It increases crop yield compared to using fertilizer B. That is just one aspect of what we can do with math. Then
Dr. Osayi, you have a few minutes more, please.
Okay, ma. I'm actually just 2 slides away. So, but then where I want to bring us in is the idea of the coding. Why deal with all of this math? We could have just done all of this with just one line of statement. And that is what we have here. So even if we are dealing with thousands of data, like we've collected data, not necessarily for fertilizer A, we compare it with several other factors. Maybe the land use, the space, the number of fertilizers can be like different fertilizers of 20. It's better to use a data science approach, which is a combination of math, science, and statistics. All of the calculations that I've omitted can be done with just this step, and it will run this out in just 1 minute, less than 1 minute. And actually, even the p-value is better because it tells us that it is exactly 0.031, which was just an approximation that we had. So this is just one aspect. There are several areas that we can apply data science to. We can use it for precision of agriculture, for crop yield production. Right now, a lot of grants are available for people that want to model fields in climate change, water resource optimization. There are people, organizations even willing to fund people in soil and earth monitoring, in supply chain management. How can farmers transport their produce efficiently without any hiccups? And then the carbon footprint that can come into this, or the emission. How do we reduce emission? So if we want to diversify, the biodiversity that comes into this uses a whole lot of data science approach and the ecosystem monitoring. I actually do have a paper that talks about ecosystem and migration of animals and the importance of animals when it comes to farm produce. So I'm open to collaboration, and soon we'll also be having some trainings through Gesmatic Initiative. It is actually an organization that is to support women, to support girls, and to raise them from young in fields like this, not necessarily applicable to agriculture, but to every area you can think of. Right now, data science is the in thing. When someone was talking about drone, that was just an application of AI and data science. So I'm going to stop here, and if anyone have any questions, I'll be here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vowda appreciates your thought-provoking and inspiring presentation. Please, questions and contributions should be sent to the chat box. They will be attended to. Thank you so much. Now let's take the next presentation by Professor Sarah De Saga from Ghent University, Belgium. So I'll call on Dr. Aminat Badmos to read the citation of Professor Sarah.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, once again. Professor Sarah De Saga is the Senior Full Professor in the Department of Bioanalysis, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science, and Head of the Research Group at the Center of Excellence in Mycotoxicology and Public Health, Ghent University, Belgium. She also serves as the Distinguished Visiting Professor at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. Professor De Saga is an internationally recognized expert in mycotoxin analysis, food safety, and public health, with extensive experience in developing innovative detection methods and assessing exposure risk in food and feed chains. Her research bridges analytical chemistry, toxicology, and global health, contributing significantly to mycotoxin risk management and capacity building, particularly in developing regions. Professor Desaga is the coordinator of the International Thematic Network, MITOS South, and project coordinator of the EU-funded Horizon Europe Project Uprise. In 2022, she was elected as a member of the Royal Flemish Academy of Belgium for Science and the Arts in recognition of outstanding scientific contribution. Our research focuses on mycotoxin detection method, metabolomic and untargeted analysis, mycotoxin and human health, and exposomics. Professor Desaga has published over 450 A1 peer-reviewed paper and has an H index of 69. Professor Desaga is ranked the #1 mycotoxin expert worldwide and #5 food safety expert globally. Professor Desaga served as the president of the International Society of Mycotoxicology from 2021 to 2024. She was also an expert in the EFSA Quantum Working Group from 2011 to 2018 and a member of the Scientific Committee of the Belgian Federal Agency for Food Chain Safety, member of the Scientific Committee of the Belgian Federal Agency for Food Chain Safety from 2015 to 2020. In 2015, Professor Desaga received the Ghent University Prometheus Award for Research. Through her leadership, Professor Desaga continued to advance global research on mycotoxin, food safety, and public health, while fostering international collaborations and capacity building in the global south. Please welcome Professor Sarah Desaga. It's a very pleasure meeting you again, Sarah. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Amina. Thank you very much for the nice words, and nice to meet you again through this occasion. Let me just try to share my screen meanwhile. One second. Okay. All right. I think it works like that. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So thanks a lot. First of all, also a big thank you to Yemisi, founder of Vowda, for inviting me here, and of course also for all her efforts to organize this very important training workshop. So nice to meet you again, Yemisi. It's my pleasure to present to you and to the whole team of participants today something about this European project, which was already mentioned by Amina, the Uprise project. So the Uprise project is a collaboration between the European Union and the African Union on building of safe food systems in Africa by addressing mycotoxins. It was indeed already mentioned before that my main expertise is on mycotoxins, on food safety. And as we all know, mycotoxins are one of the biggest problems currently in the world regarding food safety. So mycotoxins are produced by fungi. You can see on this slide some of the most important fungal species that produce mycotoxins. There are many mycotoxins, hundreds of them. But for the project, we were only interested in what we call the big five mycotoxins, which are the aflatoxins, ochratoxin A, deoxynivalenol, zearalenone, and the fumonisins. So we focus on those ones because it's already quite a challenge to manage only these five. So for the project, we have 5 different objectives in this project, and we have organized them according to building blocks. The first building block deals with the informal sector, because as you all know, in many African countries, most of the food production and food trade is through informal businesses. So, and also there, because of difficulties sometimes in infrastructure and capacity, we mainly focus on how we can better protect the informal sector concerning food safety issues. So that's the first building block on how can we develop a roadmap for a shared quality culture and integration of the informal sector in the African food safety system. So for this building block, our two objectives are first to increase awareness on food safety, and second, to maximize the informal sector's participation into the formal food system. As a second building block, we are working on a strengthening of food safety regulations across the African countries where we are working in. This we will do both in the formal and informal sectors. Maybe just to highlight that we indeed work in 5 African countries for this project. We have in the West, we have Benin and Cote d'Ivoire. We have Nigeria as one very important partner country, and we have Kenya and South Africa. So for the food safety regulatory framework, also here we intend to mainly look to the informal sector, so to mainly look at the SME or the small business level to see how we can implement regulations on food safety. And also we intend to improve tools for risk assessment. As a third building block, as you all know, climate change has a major impact on different aspects of agriculture, but also on fungal growth and mycotoxin contamination. So here we are developing monitoring and early warning systems for mycotoxins that can be included in the African food safety system. And we are looking for measures to adapt to climate change and reduce the increased risks to food safety. As a fourth objective of the project, we are working on the food processing aspects. We try to prevent food loss and improve food safety by making use of innovative microbiome-based solutions for nutritious food. And in our case, we work on food fermentation, as we know that some traditionally used fermented foods have a much lower mycotoxin content due to the bacteria and the mycotoxins. Finally, as the fifth building block, it's about co-creation, training, and mentoring. It's very important, as you all know, that we work on training systems for the informal sector. So that's one of the objectives. And also we are implementing a multi-actor approach to be involved from the start of the project. So we work with different food system actors in this project. This is the overview of the whole project with the 4 work packages that I've just mentioned, together with the 5th work package, which is on the dissemination and communication, which is also very important. And all of those work packages will finally result in an improved food safety system for all end users in Africa. In the middle of this slide, you can also see that we have an accelerator platform, and that's what I meant with the multi-actor approach. So what we know when you have projects, we create a lot of knowledge, nice, interesting results, but lots of time they never reach the grassroots level. So this implementation of knowledge, in our case, for instance, to the small businesses, is very, very difficult. It's very difficult for us scientists to be sure that what we have developed is also really used. For that reason, we have created, first of all, we are still at the start of the project, so we will create training hubs. So in each African country that is part of the project, we will have an Uprise training hub. We are working on that at the moment. And next to that, we have an accelerator platform, which I just mentioned. The accelerator platform, as you can see here, consists of different actors in the food system. So, of course, we have the African food safety authorities or ministries that are engaging with food safety. So those are very important in our project. But we also have consumer organizations, farmer organizations, mentoring organizations, other international projects and consortia, trade organizations, and also business cases. I will come back to that in a minute. Now, it's very important to mention to you that Vowda is one of our Accelerator Platform members, for which I'm very grateful. So in this respect, you're all part of this project. A bit more detail. As I said, we are mainly working on food fermentation. And for each country, we have selected one popular fermented food. You can see, for instance, for Ivory Coast, we have Coco Baka. For Benin, we have Akpan. For South Africa, Umkumboti. For Kenya, Maziwa Mala. And you can see that for Nigeria, we have selected Kununzaki, which is a fermented beverage made mainly from millet, but also possibly from sorghum, maize, or rice, as one of our pilot fermented foods, on which we are now going to study how mycotoxins are reduced through this fermentation process. Besides, we also have quite a big Uprise PhD community. So in this project, we have at the moment 12 PhD students who are working on the project from the different African countries. All of them are supervised both by an African and an European supervisor. So they will get joint PhDs when they finalize their PhD. And for Nigeria, for instance, we have PhD student, if you can look to the table number 1, it's the one working on the quality culture in the Kununzaki value chain in Nigeria. We have a second PhD from Nigeria, the one which is number 6, who will work on the predictive models for early warning due to climate change. So we have, in this case, we have 2 Nigerian PhD students working in this project. Just some first examples of results, because as I said, we are in the beginning, but we have now spent about 18 months of our project. It will be a project of 4 years. So we already have quite some results. The first result is that we have mapped the complete value chain of the selected crops and fermented foods in the 5 African countries. Why is it important that we first have a mapping or a value chain mapping of the fermented food? Because based on that, we have selected business cases. Business cases that exist of different local operators in the whole value chain. Here, for instance, you see the example of Kununzaki, for which we have developed the value chain mapping. And there is also a link in this presentation where you can find all information on the value chain analysis of Kununzaki. Next to that, as I said, based on this, we have selected business cases, which are small, informal SMEs. So we have already selected 10 of them for the whole project, 2 in each country. Those selected businesses receive some funding to be able to be involved in our project. So why is it important that we directly work with the informal small businesses? Because we need to know how the situation is concerning food safety in such small businesses, and we also will involve them in the co-creation and implementation of best practices, so to improve the food safety in their production process. For instance, this is one example for Nigeria. In fact, we have selected 2 businesses, but I already would like to share one of them. As you can see here, it's a business developed by one woman already in '97. She started with the business, and now she's part of our team so that we can be advising her on how to improve food safety in the business. Yes. Okay, what we also already have done, we have made a complete situational analysis of all the food safety regulatory frameworks in the 5 African countries. So also for Nigeria, this work has been done by our partner, ADANEPAD, so the African Development Agency, which is one of our important partners. So they have done it for the 5 countries, including Nigeria. It's a huge document, which of course we will publish in later time. It's not yet published, but I just would like to share to you already some of the recommendations that we have after having developed this situational analysis. First of all, this is generally for the 5 countries. Of course, there are lots of differences between countries, but some situations are similar. For instance, what we find a lot is that there is a fragmented mandate concerning food safety, that there are different agencies working on food safety, but there is not really a coordination. As I said, it's a general observation for the 5 African countries. Also, we would like to recommend to develop national training curriculum on food safety and mycotoxin control, to develop also national inspection guidelines to the informal processors and vendors, so not only for the formal sector, and to expand the regional testing capacity, for instance, by making use of mobile labs. But as I said, it's a huge document. We have a lot of recommendations which we will come up in the future. Also important to tell you is that this situation analysis forms the basis of what we will call the UPRISE regulatory model, which is a regulatory model for the informal sector that we are working on in close collaboration with PACA, so the Partnership on Aflatoxin Control in Africa, and in close collaboration with the newly established African Food Safety Agency. Because you might all know that the African Union has adopted in March this year the statute for the establishment of a continental food safety agency, which I think is an enormous step forward. And we are very happy that with UPRISE, we can closely collaborate with this new agency. Okay, I'm almost at the end of my presentation, just to show that, of course, as I said, we are just at the start, so a lot of work is in progress. We are doing a lot of crop sampling and collection of data on agronomy and weather data for our predictive models. So you see some pictures of some of the PhD students who are working on that aspect. Then we will analyze all the samples for the fungi and the mycotoxins. We will study all the fermentation processes of the selected product. So in Nigeria, it's kunuzaki. Based on the visits that we will have in the business cases, we will start with the baseline description of the business case food safety hazards. Yeah, so I'm coming to the end. I just would like to show you the website. You can, if you want, also register to our newsletter. You can see it there. It's easy just to sign up. Of course, for free, and then you will get all the information. For instance, you can see on this slide one of our recent publications was a practice abstract on mycotoxin contamination of cereals and fermented foods across African regions in the last 10 years. So a review on that. And finally, here I would like to show you the picture of the consortium of our project and all the different partners that are involved. So I think I almost kept my time. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I'm happy to receive some questions.
Thank you, Professor Sarah, for the beautiful and well-delivered presentation. We appreciate you so much. Questions and contributions should be sent to the chat box. So the next item is the presentation of award, and this will be anchored by Professor Jeff Agbola. Over to you. Professor Jeff, are you with us?
That was a very my talks out and so many of them. Thank you. On this note, we'd like to present Professor Sarah. We have 3 different awards.
We can't hear you, please.
For the first 2 will present our home in the US, and you're always everywhere. And so we are so glad for partnering with you. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we are presenting this award to Professor Sarah Desaga, and it is presented with the esteemed to Professor Sarah Desaga. It's a lifetime and extraordinary fellowship award. And this is a token of honor, which is joyfully presented to you, Prof, in honor of your exceptional contribution to advancing global food safety, mycotoxin research, and capacity building, and in recognition of your unwavering commitment to promoting the visibility and excellence of women scientists in Nigeria. I am one of them. And this is presented to you by the Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture today, October 29, 2025. I know that we are going to see ourselves soon. We will see ourselves soon, and I will give you this flag. I will keep it when we see ourselves very, very soon. I know that. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Vowda celebrate you. Thank you very much. Professor Charles Adetunji, are you there? Okay, Professor Sarah wants to say something.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, Missy. This is too big honor for me, and indeed, we will see each other soon because I'm planning to come to Nigeria next year in February. So let's hope we can meet then.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, February. Okay, yeah. I don't know who is going to see herself. Maybe you are the one that will first come, or I will be the one to go. Either of the 2. Thank you. Yeah, the next award is going to Professor Charles Adetunji. Are you there? Professor Charles Adetunji. Wow. Okay, let's just read his award. This award is presented to Professor Charles O. Adetunji. It's a Vowda Distinguished Scientist Award 2025 for outstanding global impact and scientific excellence. And in recognition of his outstanding collaboration, leadership, and unwavering commitment to advancing gender-responsive agriculture and empowering women in agriculture in Nigeria. This award is presented to Professor Charles Adetunji by Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture today, 29th of October, 2025. Can you see? Hello. Thank you very much. Professor Charles is not here. We'll keep his own for him. Thank you. Professor Karim, I really appreciate you. Thank you. Over to you.
Dr. Amina, over to you.
Okay, I think this section is question and answer. Does anybody have question for Professor Sarah Desaga before she leaves? She's a very busy person. We are so glad that we have her in our midst. Question, answer, contribution, very briefly. Thank you. Hello, Professor Karim.
Hello, ma'am.
Over to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So in the absence of questions, move, can we move to the technical paper presentations, or should we take coding in agriculture? What do you suggest, ma'am, before I go ahead?
I think Dr. Fadikemi Osage has presented his coding in agriculture. Yeah, I think it's plenary session now. Thank
Okay,
you.
plenary session. Okay.
After which Dr. Madeleine will come up.
All right. Can we have the first presenter in person of John Issa et al. And the title of the presentation is Impact of Fermentation on the Microbiological and Phytochemical Properties of Functional Foods, Juiced Together for a Healthy Beverage. Over to you. Is Dr. John Issa available? If he is not available, I think we can move to the next person, which is Agbola F and Def Agbola. And the title of the presentation is Efficiency of Some Extracts of Medicinal Plants Against Toxigenic Aspergillus Flavors. You have the floor, please.
Go and present it. Yeah, thank you very much. I think he's here. You can present. Please help him to project the slides. Maybe if he's not ready, the next person should come. Anybody that have their presentation slides should upload and present, or anyone that is ready. I think that would be the best thing.
That's fine.
Upload it and present now. I think if they are not having presentation, maybe we should have and we have maybe Dr. Madeleine, Professor Madeleine from Hannover University in Germany for her presentation. She's around now. Professor Karim, over to you for her citation. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let me quickly look for a citation, please.
So, hello everyone. Shall I start with the presentation now so I can do it if you'd like me to?
Okay, can you share your slide from there?
Of course, I can do so.
After the end, we now maybe read your citation, or you want us to read it now. They are searching for your citation. Okay, you have seen it.
Yeah,
Okay, so Magdalene, please wait a bit so that we read your citation and everybody will know the kind of person you are. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Dr. Madeleine Klotz is the Director, Institute for Food Quality and Food Safety, University of Veterinary Medicine, Hannover Foundation, Germany. Professor Dr. Madeleine is a distinguished German scientist and academic leader in the field of food quality, safety, and milk science. She currently serves as full professor and director of the Institute for Food Quality and Food Safety at the University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, a position she has held since 2019. Professor Plus obtained a doctoral degree in veterinary medicine in 2012 from the Justus Liebig University, where she also completed veterinary studies between 2002 and 2008. She began her academic career as a group leader in immunochemistry at the Institute for Dairy Sciences, GBM, 2022 to 2016. Later becoming assistant professor for veterinary food diagnostics in 2016. She earned a specialization in milk hygiene in 2019. Her research focuses on food microbiology, milk hygiene, mycotoxin detection, and foodborne pathogen control, with emphasis on innovative diagnostic methods and food safety management. She has published extensively in high-impact journals, including Journal of Food Science and Scientific Reports, contributing significantly to understanding microbial risk in both dairy and plant-based foods. Professor Mandalin's outstanding contributions have been recognized through multiple awards, including the Doctor of Veterinary Medicine Award, Milk Science Innovation Award in 2023, and Stockmeyer Science Award in 2017. In 2022, she was honored as Professor of the Year, shortlisted by the Unicom Foundation. Her leadership extends beyond research, encompassing mentorship, interdisciplinary collaboration, and advocacy for women in science through initiatives like Professor Mentoring Program. Professor Plotz continued to shape the field of food safety through innovation, research excellence, and global contribution. I welcome you to the conference of Vowda. You have the floor for your presentation. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this very nice and kind introduction. I'm very glad to opportunity to tell you today a little bit about foodborne zoonosis, and I think it's a very important topic. And yes, whenever you've got questions, then you have, of course, the opportunity to ask them. So thank you very much once more to giving the opportunity to talk today. So first of all, maybe a little bit of definitions, maybe a little bit the discussion what foodborne zoonoses are. So if we see a little bit at the name, so foodborne or zone means living beings and nosos means disease. So actually these are infectious diseases that are transmitted reciprocally, directly or indirectly between humans and animals. And the pathogens are able to infect both humans and animals, and we have approximately more than 200 zoonoses worldwide, and approximately 100 are considered important. And I sent over the PDF document to you, so you can use it if you like to, and you also have the links to the pages maybe that is interesting for you later on. And when we look at further definitions, then we can say that a contamination is the presence or introduction of a hazard that is according to an European regulation 852 from 2004 on the hygiene of foodstuffs. Certainly, we also talk about cross-contamination, where we have chains of contamination in which, during processing of foodstuffs, non-contaminated food parts are contaminated by other contaminated food parts or by certain vehicles like insects, for example. We can have, of course, also the effect of recontamination, So it is a renewed contamination of foodstuffs, often after processing. And what is also important for us is the incidence, so the number of new cases of disease within a group of people of a certain size during a certain period of time. And of course, we see also what a foodborne outbreak means. These are 2 or more cases of human illnesses, and we can distinguish between local outbreaks or diffuse outbreaks. And of course, they have to be reported. In Germany, for example, it's Infection Protection Act, where we have to report when we have more cases of certain outbreak. And if we think about the most important aspects of foodborne zoonosis, these are that up to 50% of all human infectious diseases have a zoonotic cause. I think that's quite a lot. And about 75% of all new infectious diseases of the last 10 years originate from animals and or products of animal origin. And of course, these are farm animals. Pigs and poultry play a very important role. And we have more than 56 of the most common zoonoses are responsible for about 2.5 billion cases of human disease per year. And 2.7 million die as a result of these infections. So, for example, livestock farmers in Africa and Asia are most affected. So, and if we talk about ways of transmission, we can first of all have zoonotropinosis, that is a transmission from an animal to a human. Also anthropozoonosis, this is the other way around, from human to animal. And we can also have a reciprocal transmission from one side to the other. That is also a very difficult case because it's difficult to handle the situation then. And if we talk about the transmission, we can have non-foodborne zoonosis, and there it is enough to have a direct contact or the vectors or the air, and foodborne associated zoonosis, where we have an ingestion of food of animal or plant origin, and that is often the most severe case, drinking water. If we have contaminated drinking water, you can imagine that the problem occurs in a very large area in a very small period of time. And we can have direct zoonosis from host A to host B, or latent zoonosis from host A with a certain intermediate host to host B. And we can have also other forms, so like metazoonosis, for example, or saprozoonosis. And we have, if we talk now about bacteria, we have 21 genera and playing a very important role. We have 18 genera of viruses, and also parasites play an important role, and prions, and antibiotic resistance is also very important to mention in that topic. And bacteria, if we talk about certain bacteria that are very, very important, it's Campylobacter, Escherichia coli, Listeria monocytogenes, Salmonella, for example, you know, probably, and viruses, hepatitis viruses are very important, and rotavirus also. Fungi may play a role in immunocompromised people, and parasites like Cryptosporidia or Toxoplasma gondii, for example, or Trichinella. And if we now talk how many people suffer from foodborne diseases, then the World Health Organization says that 1 in 10 people fall ill after eating contaminated food worldwide. And that is something that absolutely has to be avoided. And if you are further interested in that topic, there are some more articles you can find in the internet, what the World Health Organization is saying about that. And if we talk now about the most frequently occurring symptoms, of course, it's diarrhea and vomiting, and also nausea, fever. Sometimes we have abdominal cramps, and we can have organ failure and other problems. Septicemia is something that might lead to a very severe outcome. Actually, you do not feel very well when you have a zoonotic disease, And often the treatment is to rehydrate the person, because you can imagine that you lose a lot of water when you suffer from diarrhea or vomiting, for example. And in the European Union, we have the foodborne zoonotic agents, so the zoonosis reports, and there we are 27 European member states and United Kingdom and non-member states, and there are key statistics on zoonosis, and mostly reported bacterial cases are Campylobacteriosis, Salmonellosis, and Yersiniosis. And the most severe ones are Listeria monocytogenes and West Nile virus, because, for example, Listeria monocytogenes, there are not so many people falling ill from it, but when they fall ill, they might even die. And very important also is the Q fever, and responsible for that is Coxiella burnetii and tularemia from Francisella tularensis. And Campylobacteriosis is the most often reported form. It was not in the recent years. It has become more and more important. That maybe has a little bit to do with the way of analyzing it. And if we talk now, maybe it's also interesting to see for you a little bit how the situation in Germany is. Also, Campylobacter is very important, but of course we had the COVID situation that was a worldwide event, and COVID cases were the most frequently reported ones in the last years. And before 2020, Campylobacteriosis and Salmonellosis were mostly reported, and then a virus, hepatitis E virus, that occurred. And if we now talk about risk foods, so which kind of foods are particularly affected, of course, you can keep in mind that raw material is always a problem. And if it is food that has good growth and multiplication conditions, yeah, these are primarily foods of animal origin, for example, raw fish, raw meat, or raw cheese. Raw eggs, of course, also. And also products thereof, and sprouts are something that are also really much a problem. You can even find it also on ice cream and semi-ice cream, and also even on baby food and infant formula. And particularly infected, and you often find it in meat products, as I already mentioned. This is probably the group where we have most of the cases. Listeria monocytogenes often, but also Salmonella or Campylobacter. And yeah, in eggs, very often Salmonella. And when you think now how food can be contaminated, so then it can occur at any point of the food production chain, so at the farm, at the slaughter, during processing or preparation, but also at home, of course. Main causes are, for example, if you have feed that is contaminated, or if you have parasites, or if you have milk that is contaminated at slaughter. And the most severe problem are intestinal contents, and during processing or food processing, it is maybe that you have food that is handled by infected people. That really is a problem. Yeah, or that you have the same surface, for example, you're working on with contaminated and non-contaminated material. And what you should keep in mind that we have a problem when we have an improper use of utensils or kitchen surfaces who can contribute to the spread of bacteria. So the safe handling is very, very important, because if we have a look at the situation of bacteria on the skin, so we have up to 7.2 with a power of 9 germs that can occur there, and in the intestine these are even more. And we always talk about the food production chain. So if we talk about animals or the meat production, then we begin with the livestock and fattening, go over to the slaughter and meat dissection, finished product, packaging, trading, and consumer. And all of these steps, of course, we can have contamination or cross-contamination or recontamination. And what is really, really much a problem is, for example, inadequate cooling. or the cross-contamination aspects, and once more, the personal hygiene. If this is a problem, then you have a problem in the whole food producing surrounding. And maybe also if you do not have good HACCP concepts. And factors that are favoring the zoonosis problem is, for example, a lack of awareness and experience in the detection, and also the intensification and industrialization of agriculture. I think these are the most important points, but also, for example, that we have risk consumers and we have changes in consumer habits. That is also a problem. For example, in Germany, there's a tendency towards vegetarian and vegan products, and they have completely different problems as original products have. And of course, you can see the intensification here. You can easily imagine that if you have so many animals close together, that if you have a pathogen, it can spread all over the industry in a very small period of time. And if we talk about the legal situation, I will tell a little bit about the European situation. So we have the Animal Health Law Act about zoonosis and the control of zoonosis. And we have different other forms of regulation where we try to control zoonosis, sometimes special zoonosis like salmonellosis or other ones. And then we have legal situation in Germany, for example, where we have certain ordinances and zoonosis in food. And if we go back to the Animal Welfare Act, so it should be a holistic legal act for the protection of humans and animal health. And zoonosis or animal diseases with zoonotic potential are one aspect of this regulation. And there is a harmonized list of animal diseases, for example, bovine tuberculosis or anthrax, or even campylobacteriosis or listeriosis or salmonellosis, what was mentioned already, or as you see here, the parasites. And what can we do to control it? We've heard a lot about, for example, the use of artificial intelligence or mathematic models. And so monitoring is one of the most important aspects. And we have to define who's responsible for which point, for example, of the production chain. And the documentation is also very, very important. And we have to have a look at eradication measures. And we have to have, that is also very important, eradication plans, and also raising awareness of animal diseases through simulations, and approval of companies at all levels of animal production and chain and trade worldwide. That is also very, very important. And if we see at the Animal Health Law Act, then we should include different examples. For example, we have categories for different zoonoses. So if we have a category B disease, for example, it has to be controlled in all member states. And the category C disease measures are required in some member states. And category E, there's just surveillance and control, but no eradication process necessary. And zoonoses that are subject to surveillance, for example, are brucellosis, campylobacteriosis, and listeriosis, and also anisakhiasis, for example, or toxoplasmosis. And we monitor, of course, also antibiotic resistances, because they are a very big problem at the moment, as you know. And of course, we can have for different pathogens and certain pathogens in certain animals, certain regulations, for example, for salmonella in chicken, or also salmonella, for example, in pigs. And if we talk about responsibilities, so from primary production to the healthy consumers, we have surveillance along the food chain, and it's always the food business operator who's responsible, and he has to monitor it and give his reports to the, in Germany called BVL, and then the documentation goes to the Federal Institute of Risk Assessment. And if we have zoonosis along the food chain, of course, it's always the veterinarian who is involved, and there is also always the self-control of the company, and then they have to report it to the European Commission or to the federal states and BVL. And in Germany, responsible, because you may be interested in which are the responsible persons. So it is the Robert Koch Institute, the Federal Institute for Risk Assessment, and also we have the Ministry for Food and Feed and the Friedrich Loeffler Institute. So, and the documentation goes via different platforms, and we have the surveillance on the one hand side, and the tracking of if something happens from the disease back to the primary production. So we have two ways of control and of report. And we have a similar procedure in the United States. So this is actually a movie, but I think it won't work. So therefore, it's just to inform you about it. And if you are interested, you might have a look at it. So technical safety measures are the 4 lines of defense. This is something that is very important to keep in mind. So the first line of defense is the primary production, that reduce the input, and we try to prevent horizontal and vertical spreading. The second line of defense is at production and slaughter, prevention of contamination or cross-contamination. The third line of defense is post-slaughter, handling processing. So we have hurdle concepts and prevention of recontamination. And the fourth line of defense is preparation in private households or in large kitchens, that we have good kitchen hygiene and good hygiene practice. And okay, I have almost finished. So important is maybe to know what are zoonoses and how they are transmitted, and also the zoonosis problem, and what are risk foods, so always of raw material, and that the monitoring is so important, and we have a legal basis, European, national, but also of course worldwide, and monitoring elements are very important, and the organization of reporting chains and reporting systems also. And there are different institutions involved in the forward and backward measurements. And here's some additional literature for you if you're interested in that. And of course, that's already the end of the presentation, and we should all try to keep the sustainable development goals for a better environment. So if you have any further questions, you, of course, you can reach me, that is no problem. And so first of all, thanks for your attention. And since Denise said, maybe you can tell also a little bit about possible topics for collaborations. So as you already mentioned, we work on mycotoxins, foodborne pathogens, food fraud, side streams for food production. We also do give education. We have master's programs in animal biology and food process and product engineering, also in English language. And we work together with several institutes and clinics at the TIHO. So if you are interested in contacts, please do not hesitate to contact me nationally with the German Institute for Food Technology, for example, and industry partners, and international with Nigeria, so Africa, Bulgaria, Egypt, Indonesia, Georgia, Israel, and others. And here for you also maybe interesting some kind of articles and topics we are working on. And I'm still very proud of the publication together with Denise about the microbiota of cocoa beans. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much. And if you have any further questions, then just let me know.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Madeline, for your interesting talk. Thank you. We can take one question. Do we have questions? Or if you have questions from Professor Sarah's presentation, this is the time for you to ask your questions. Yes, ma'am. Prof.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Magdalene, for that wonderful presentation. I know you have mentioned some things, maybe in order for us to really be very clear about it, our Vowda members, we are actually very interested in, we have a lot of researchers and a lot of scientists, lecturers among us. We will be having some EU calls now. And so we are actually interested in collaborating with you. We want to find out if there is a possibility for our staff and student for student exchange capacity building from your hands. Thank you. That is a question, is a possibility? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. There are always possibilities. The funding is always a little bit the problem. So that we find a solution for the travel costs and that you have the possibility to get the visa you need at the right time, so to come. But if so, and if you have that, every one of you is welcome to come, also with the topic maybe you're interested in. We have a lot of different departments, a lot of topics we're working on, and we now have, because of the master's program, food process and product engineering, also a very close contact to industry partners. So this might be also something that is interesting for you. You're welcome, of course, if there's any funding. So if there are costs, for example, for the examination of things, this is something that also our institute can pay. Yeah, you just have to search for a grant for the travel costs. That's all you need.
Thank you so much. You have all listened to Professor Magdalene. So there are so many sections whereby you can partner in Germany. All right. Thank you very much. I think maybe I should give room to other questions.
Yes, there's one question in the chat box.
Okay,
This is from Dr. Evelyn Akubi. And she's asking, is there a possibility to look at how zoonotic infection affects metabolism?
Yes, certainly. These are topics that go together, of course, with our other institutes where we have to look at it, but it is possible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Magdalene. Before you step down from the presentation, I know we are having you today and tomorrow. It's not an easy task. It's very difficult to fix a particular time for you to come up at this time. You're a very busy person. Let me use this opportunity to present you an award. Okay. Professor Dr. Magdalene Close. This award is presented with esteem to you as an extraordinary fellow of Vowda, and in recognition of your outstanding collaboration, leadership, and unwavering commitment to advancing gender-responsive agricultural research and empowerment, empowering women in agriculture in Nigeria. And this award is presented to you today on 29th October 2025. Thank you so very much for your work. In fact, you've been so wonderful and awesome. I know this is going to get to you soon. Is it I bring it, or maybe when Professor Sarah is coming, you're in the same Europe. I can bring it. But very soon we are going to see, and I'm so much very sure that we're going to see. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate you. So I don't know if you have something to say for this award.
So thank you very much. So, you know, we are in contact for such a long time now, and I always appreciate the contact with you. And because I've also learned such a lot, and it really, really, really means a lot for me. And of course, whenever there's a possibility to support you and all your colleagues, then I'd love to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So over to Professor Karim. I think we have a flash presentation, and that's all for today.
We kindly request that the IT team to assist us in the flash presentation. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
We received 29 abstracts and then different sections. So they're just going to show it around. The book of abstracts has been circulated to all the email addresses provided. And those people that paid for certificates and those that were waived, that certificate were waived for, will be given the certificate of conference participation. Please, can you just scroll, there are like 29 abstracts. Gently, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Nothing again, Abby. I'm finished talking now.
That your sense, Maureen.
Current members in the party to attract influential opposition figures to the party. Are used in these situations.
I didn't even have the match. No,
don't even bother. They are just being very, very, very crazy.
Evelyn, please mute your mic.
Yes.
Get out.
And
yeah. Is that the end? Thank you so very much. Yesterday we even received one abstract, but it's going to be updated. If you sent your abstract yesterday night, it will be updated. And I want to use this opportunity. We hand over to Professor Karim. She's the editor-in-chief of our journal. We have published 2 volumes I want to use this opportunity to tell us that most of all those abstracts will be reviewed very well, and then we can call you to come and submit your full manuscript in our journal. So I want to use this opportunity to thank you. But before I say I appreciate everyone, let me use this. Let me give this to Professor Karim for her to briefly talk about the journal, and then we talked about the closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I wish to inform you that we have the journal for Voice of Women in Agriculture, Vowda journal, and we publish anything that has to do with agriculture, social sciences, and all aspects of biological sciences. So we already have volume 2. We are at volume 2. So, and all our papers are on the website of Vowda. So we wish to invite you to submit your manuscripts for publication. So after this conference, we are going to start accepting manuscripts from the abstract, from the people, those that submitted their abstract for publication. Thank you very much.
On this note, thank you, Professor Karim. I would like to appreciate everyone. Let me start with all our invited speakers. You've been so wonderful. We really appreciate you, the keynote speakers, the panelists, and all the people that registered, and all the team here. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the Vowda team. If I should start mentioning them one after the other, because I might forget, they have been so wonderful. This is 10 years journey. This journey wouldn't have been made possible without their efforts. We have a very strong, formidable team. Yesterday night around maybe to 12 or something like that, I just discovered that my Microsoft Word and all the Microsoft Office just stopped working, and they were requesting for license. And I bought this license like 2019. It was a lifetime license that I bought for $100. It just stopped working. And so I just sent message to Professor Karim. And then as at that time, she was still awake working on today's work. She and Dr. Taufik. I said, okay, she just said, send everything to me, I will do it. And so by the time I woke up this morning, we already did everything. I want to say thank you, Dr. Taufik, Professor Karim, Dr. Badmos, Dr. Aderunke, Akerele. We are so many here. We have Sister Kemi Katrine, and many of us, we are many. If that's why I said if I start mentioning names, so if I don't mention your name, please don't be annoyed with him, because I didn't write all those names in paper. But we've been so wonderful. We always go to places together. When it was time for us to go to Abuja, they will take flights, they will come there, they will spend their money. And then after these 10 years, we're going to see the impact. We are going to start with a lot of projects, and we're going to fly together. We've been running and walking, but right now we are all going to fly together. I want to say thank you all, those that submitted abstracts. You had believed in us. We really appreciate you. Tomorrow we are having the final edition of this conference, which is good agricultural training for farmers. It's not going to take time. Is because we have a lot of speakers. Professor Magdalene too will be speaking tomorrow. We're also going to have food safety experts from USDA team. From University of Missouri as well. And again, that will be training the poultry farmers on good agricultural practices. And then after tomorrow, we get our certificate of participation. So we have every time we partner with our farmers. And so tomorrow we are demonstrating the partnership. Then we'll go to it's likely if we have time, we'll go and visit their poultry farm to see what they have. But I doubt if we are going to have that. But the training they are going to give us, they want to see how best they can produce poultry meat. We want to share experience from Germany, experience from US. And then we match this experience together and assist our farmers in Nigeria. So that was the aim of tomorrow, so that we can have the same international standard method of poultry production and meat quality production. I want to say thank you for your time, for your data, for your attention, for the love, for everything. And we already have a lunch here in the studio. For people over there, I don't really know how to post the lunch, but I say thank you. We appreciate you. All right.
We'll take the lunch virtually. Let's take it virtually.
Okay. Okay, as we take our national anthem.
We need to take a group photograph for those of us online, ma'am.
Hey, yeah, sorry. The group photograph for online participants and on-ground participants, we take our own outside. Online. Kindly open your camera, yeah, so that we take the
I believe the photograph has been taken.
just a few minutes.
All right.
Thank you. No, you just scroll down. In fact, I don't even know. I would have done it. I've been doing it. I've been doing it. I think it's okay. We've taken so many, right?
Thanks so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's recite our Nigerian national anthem. I think is it the last stanza or what? I don't know. Thank you.
ó yẹ máa ṣe àwọn òní ìmọ̀ bóyá ìyá fún ti ìyá jà rẹ̀ wọ́n tẹ̀lé pé mo wá. Ìgbà tí wọ́n lọ síbi fídíò.